actually looking good on the Parkway, too, at this moment. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A bright day on the way under a sunny sky with a high in the low 60s. Mainly clear this evening and overnight in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
WICC 695.9. Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut local news update.
Early voting begins on Monday, and today is the deadline to register online or by mail. The early voting period in Connecticut begins October 20th and runs through November 2nd, and those who wish to register in advance must do so by today. Registration is available online, and any forms sent by mail must be postmarked by today's date. If you're unable to do so, voter registration will still be available at early voting locations. WWE co-founder Vince McMahon has been granted accelerated rehabilitation for his reckless driving case. McMahon was charged after a July crash on the Merritt Parkway in Stamford that police say happened as he was excessively speeding in his Bentley. McMahon appeared in Stamford Superior Court yesterday, where his attorney says the wrestling maven has reached out to the victims in the case to apologize. There were no injuries in the crash, and neither driver involved objected to McMahon entering the diversion program. The 29-year-old mother of 12-year-old Jacqueline Torres Garcia is charged with the child's death. According to police, the girl was killed last fall in Farmington, and her body was kept in a plastic container until it was found last week in a storage bin at an abandoned house in New Britain. Carla Garcia is charged with her daughter's murder. Her boyfriend, Jonathan Nanita, and her sister, Jacqueline Garcia, also face charges. Police believe the child had suffered prolonged physical abuse and malnutrition. Video has been released of the ICE operation at a Hamden car wash where 8 people were detained. The video shows ICE agents arriving in unmarked vehicles and storming the Dixwell Ave car wash on Wednesday, taking male and female workers into custody. Hamden Mayor Lauren Garrett says the actions taken by the administration and ICE are deplorable and disgusting. At a press conference attended by Channel 3, Garrett says those taken into custody had children in town schools, and officials had to scramble to make sure they were cared for after the arrests.
One of my biggest concerns is that there was a mother and a father who were taken. Their children are in school. We don't know which community. We don't know how to contact that school.
And the federal government shutdown could cost the UConn women's basketball team a trip overseas. The national champion Huskies are scheduled to travel to Germany for the Armed Forces Classic on November 4th against Louisville. The shutdown has led to an end of communication between the air base in Germany and event host ESPN, making it impossible to arrange the transportation of equipment for the game. If the shutdown is not over by Monday, the game will be moved to a Navy base in Washington, D.C. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Southbound on Route 8, Seymour, right near the bridge. Got a 2-car crash off to the shoulder and some minor delays behind that this morning. Also on the Connecticut Turnpike, if you are heading northbound in Milford, they're wrapping up the overnight construction work southbound through that area too. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny sky through this afternoon with a high in the low 60s and a breeze out of the north. Mainly clear this evening and overnight with a low in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing. More people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
CT STEM Academy has been deepening students' knowledge of STEM concepts both in school and after school since 2011.
We are proud to say they are this month's Connoisseur Cares local charity.
Every month, we'll highlight and support one of Connecticut's great charitable organizations.
CT STEM Academy aims to provide an innovative enrichment program designed for students interested in deepening their knowledge of STEM concepts. Learn how to get your student involved at ctstemacademy.org.
from Stamford to Norwalk and up and down 95. Melissa in the Morning is back on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
The latest school district to put a cell phone ban of sorts going into effect the beginning of November. Did you hear the news that Staples High School will officially have a bell-to-bell ban starting November 5th? And to give us more of the details on this, Superintendent of Schools Thomas Scarice joins us now. Tom, welcome back to the show. How are you?
Good morning. Thank you for having me again.
I'm glad to have you here. And Tom, you and I kind of talked about this at the end of August, beginning of the school year, but I want to recap for people because as you can imagine, the cell phone policies in every school district, that has been a hot topic really for the past couple of years. So talk to us a little bit about the process for Westport and putting this into place for Staples.
So it was actually well over a year ago, June of 2024, where I just wrote a very comprehensive memo to the Board of Education, did a presentation to the community, and just felt it was time. It's, we have let these things creep into our schools unchecked over 10 years. And a lot of research is coming out indicating, the effects on kids, but more importantly, with our own eyes. We're kind of seeing it in our houses, in our schools, in the community, and it was time. So we started a process. Put that process in place. We visited Wilton High School, which put it in place last November, created some committees, and, did our best to make sure that this was operationally going to be effective. Process is king. So we took over, we did that process piece, and on the other side of it, I think we have a really good plan where we're going to implement on November 5th, day after Election Day.
So explain to us, Tom, how this is going to work for people who have heard of bell-to-bell before, but maybe don't understand exactly what that means. Talk to us about sort of the process. A student walks into Staples High School. What happens?
Yeah, so our middle schools, we're already tech-free for kids, all wearable technology, smartwatches, cell phones, K-8, so elementaries and middle. And we went through a bunch of different options over the summer. We had an administrative team with faculty members looking at different, kind of locking mechanisms and operational considerations, giving kids time to put their phones away because they're still going to come in with them. And we just landed on the simplest solution is we have, 1,800 lockers in this school. There's a bit of an honor system to this. So, we understand that the honor code is going to be on the part of the kids to put the phone in their locker. If the phone is out, there's a code of conduct that will address that. There's a communications campaign leading up to that. But the expectation is when you enter, just like in middle school, it'll be no different. Phone goes in the locker, it stays there all day long, and it comes out on the backside at 2:45 when kids get dismissed.
And as you mentioned, we have Tom Scarice here, who is the superintendent of schools in Westport, and we're talking about the bell-to-bell cell phone ban that's going to start for Staples High School next month. And as you mentioned, K through 8 already has a cell phone and really a tech ban sort of in place, smart, I should say, technology. And I'm curious, even though these conversations have been going on for over a year, as you mentioned, Tom, what have the biggest, I'd say, pushback from especially some parents is the idea of if there is the, God forbid, the lockdown, the situation of do I need to pull my kids from school, any of that. What have been the concerns from parents and how do you address that?
Yeah, that's national. I mean, every district that's entertaining cell phone-free school systems and environments are concerned about, parents are concerned about that. I think any first responder you talk to, they will say the last thing they want are kids on their phones in a critical incident situation. We actually dealt with that. We had a swatting incident. If you know what a swatting incident is, it's when you are alerted that there is a threat on the building in real time. Now, at the time, you don't know it's a hoax, but in real time, you're there, okay, we have to function as if we have to go into lockdown. Well, we had 2 of those at Staples, and we've had students call their parents, text their parents, and the front driveway was filled with parents with their cars, coming to get their kid, and first responders literally couldn't get into the school. So, the last thing that we want in that type of a situation is to, kind of give obstacles to our first responders to come to the school and do their jobs. So I think most parents, when they realize that, kids off their phones in a security situation is the best thing.
And now, for high schoolers, this is kind of a tricky one, I think, Tom, and maybe you found the same thing, which is it's hard when you've got kids who, I mean, this generation, they've only known technology. Like that alone it's because sometimes I'll have this conversation with my own second grader who is, certainly doesn't have a cell phone or anything smart, absolutely. But we'll already sort of have that conversation of, well, when can I have it and why can't we have it and so on and so forth. And I think to myself, you don't need it. You don't. I mean, we just had this talk the other day for middle school, and I said, why do you need it? You don't need it. I said, if I need to call the school, I will call the school, and that is how I will find out what's going on, or whatever. But they've only known a life of technology. So for high schoolers, that's a real tricky one. I mean, you've got kids who are already driving. You've got kids who already have jobs. And so to take away the cell phone, how do you strike that balance? Like, what has their reaction been?
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to say they're thrilled.
We're not going to lie.
I mean, we have to be very candid about this. I'm going to start from kind of a high level. Anything that elicits dopamine that is unhealthy, we regulate. Gambling, alcohol, smoking, all those things we regulate. Cell phones have the same effect, maybe even worse when it comes to their social media capacities and, all of the notifications and so forth. So there's a moral imperative here to regulate those types of activities which elicit dopamine hits in unhealthy ways for kids and maybe even adults, but my focus is for kids. So I think there is a responsibility on our part of adults. We brought students into the fold when it comes to the process. We have 3 or 4 students, actually maybe even a few more, maybe 5 or 6, that were on our committee determining kind of operationally how we're going to do this, because we wanted to hear from the athletes. We wanted to hear from the kids in the theater and music programs after school. We wanted to hear from kids during the day. What is it that we're taking away that we can replace from a communication perspective and so forth. I find it interesting, Melissa, that when kids go away for a summer experience, and you may know some kids that do this, they may go to a camp for a week and there's no tech there. They actually come back quite refreshed and think, oh, that was actually kind of cool. That was actually something I hadn't experienced, maybe ever, or in years, to be tech-free that long. And we're trying to tap into that. The next step for us, and maybe the next phone call you make, a next interview, we're rolling out a very comprehensive plan, strategic plan for AI in our district. But it is heavily counterbalanced by being focused on human-centered activities and how do we increase the humanity in our schools. So there is a balance to strike. I think we've done it with the Phone Free Initiative, and we're on the doorstep of doing that with our AI plan as well.
We're chatting with Tom Scarice, who's the superintendent of schools in Westport, and we were talking about the cell phone bell-to-bell ban that's going to start for Staples High School, which is pretty uniform with the rest of the district, starting in November. Now, you had just hinted about AI and how, and I remember we sort of touched on this as well in the beginning of the school year, Tom, which is that there is a focus on AI and how do we balance that? So first of all, what do you mean by we're very AI-centric?
So we're moving to introduce to the community an entirely comprehensive strategic plan on AI, heavily counterbalanced by increasing human connection. So we're looking to be, as we say, AI-powered, human-centered. So how can we use AI to compress time and reclaim that time for more human-centered activities? And this is for adults. How can faculty and teachers take those tasks, use AI to now repurpose it and spend more time with students, for example? So there's a lot of ironies I'm finding with this, Melissa, that the technology can actually create more human-to-human time. The other irony I'm finding is that in this STEM era, there might not be anything more important for kids than a classic liberal arts, humanities education, heavy on the questioning, heavy on the thinking skills. So that's the direction that we're headed.
How are the teachers feeling? And on both fronts, actually, as we were talking about the cell phones in classes, I think the ones who kind of quietly are celebrating, I would think, are the teachers, that they don't have the distractions of the cell phones from the students. But then I also wonder, when we talk about AI, I think they've been one of the biggest concerns I've had is identifying if a student is using AI for their work or being able, as you mentioned, I think it is fascinating, giving them more flexibility instructionally to use AI, essentially. I'm curious about the teachers on both fronts.
Yep. Sure. We had well over 35 or so teachers come out to our board meeting. Many of them made public comment in favor of the phone-free initiative. A couple of them actually went on record and said they weren't in favor until this year when we got really strict on enforcing the in-class presence of the phones, taking those out in anticipation of a phone-free ban. They saw the difference in their classroom. They heard the buzz of kids talking to each other on the way into the classroom. They heard the buzz when the lesson ended and the kids were talking, and they're true believers now. Overall, we rolled it out to the faculty a couple days before the Board of Education meeting, and it was resoundingly supported. I mean, they want that peer-to-peer, student-to-teacher connection to come back in the classroom. So I think we have a big win there. As far as AI, we had over 50 teachers involved over the summer in developing our plans for the strategic plan. And then we took our district vision and something that you kind of touched on, our code of ethics around AI, and every one of the 550 teachers had a chance to get their fingerprints on it. We put it in front of them at every school's faculty meeting. We gave them process and protocol to give us feedback and input, and now they have their fingerprints on this district plan, which we're going to bring to the board next Thursday night.
Oh, interesting. Will you let me know how it goes and what the board thinks of it?
I will.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely will. Yeah.
I'd love a follow-up. I just find that, yes, it certainly, I think, is having teachers sort of look at their profession a little bit differently and kind of get creative with it. But to your point, sometimes we sort of get kind of lost in the details that AI could really handle, and it doesn't really mean a lot of learning loss, but it does allow teachers to be more creative and for students to be more engaged in the classroom. Because sometimes they just sort of get lost in the books, if you will, and just sort of the typical instruction. And why not try to make learning, I think, more hands-on and take out some of the things that AI could really kind of cut down the time, if you will, that instruction. I don't know. It's interesting. And so I love that you guys are focused on it. I'd love to know what the board thinks of this.
I think it's really important that you do not warp your learning goals because of AI. You keep your learning goals pure, and you see where AI is, and even more importantly, is not appropriate. I think that's really, really critical. And we've got to get students, it's interesting, the technology right now, the kids might not be ahead of the adults on this one. And I know that sounds counterintuitive because when something happens to my phone, I give it to my 17-year-old and he fixes it for me. But they use AI right now as a glorified search engine or for text generation. And those are the two lowest levels of AI that you can use. So I actually think that there's an entire growth curve that kids are not aware of with AI at large. I think they're using it a little bit behind the more advanced adults right now.
Well, sure, because I mean they're still developing themselves, so they you know what I mean. And I'm not putting down this age bracket, but I mean, what do they need to use AI for? I mean, the biggest concern was that they were going to use it to cheat on when they're writing assessments or whatever. But I mean, if that is at just a very elementary level of AI. To your point, Tom, I think if we capitalize on how to use AI appropriately and make the learning different than what it was, you actually probably will avoid a lot of the fraud that is like a fear with AI, and have students actually more engaged in learning better, which is really exciting. So definitely keep me in the loop about this. Tom Scarice, I always appreciate you giving us the time here on WICC, and thank you for the work that you guys do.
Thank you, Melissa. Have a good day.
Thanks, you too. Again, Tom Scarice, who is the superintendent of schools in Westport, right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 southbound working on clearing an earlier two-car crash right near Seymour Bridge. That has got backup behind there. It's slow going through that area. Southbound in Milford on the Turnpike, that is stop and go right by the Milford connector exit somewhere in the next half hour or so. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A bright day on the way under a sunny sky with a high in the low 60s. Mainly clear this evening and overnight in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting international animal rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
When a student lacks some of the most basic needs,
like food, clothing, and school supplies,
it can be challenging to even attend school.
It can be hard to study, tough to concentrate, impossible to thrive.
At Communities in Schools, we address this issue every day.
Out in the community, there are great resources for students, and we bring these resources directly to the students who need them most.
We work to ensure that they have everything they need to re-engage in learning in the classroom and at home,
including access to technology, learning materials,
and even emotional support.
By forging caring relationships with students and bringing communities of support to them,
our staff works to achieve equitable learning conditions so all kids can succeed in school and in life. And that's what Communities in Schools is all about.
To learn more, visit communitiesinschools.org.
You're listening to WICC, the voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. CBS News has learned the U.S. has destroyed another boat in the Caribbean as tensions heat up with Venezuela. It would be the second strike this week, the sixth in more than a month. President Trump claims the first 5 targeted drug traffickers. CBS's Charlie D'Agata from the Pentagon.
The commander in charge of the mission, Admiral Alvin Hosley, abruptly stepped down, a surprise move less than a year into the job. That's after President Trump told reporters he authorized CIA operations in the country, prompting concern from Democrats on Capitol Hill.
At the White House, President Trump today switches his focus from the war in Gaza to Ukraine.
President Zelensky's visit comes one day after President Trump and Russian President Putin spoke on the phone while the war continues against Ukraine. One reason Zelensky is coming to the White House is to ask for the U.S. to provide long-range missiles or Tomahawks. The president says he brought that up during his phone call with Putin.
He didn't like the idea. He really didn't like the idea.
Trump also said he will likely meet with Putin in Hungary in about 2 weeks. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
A former national security advisor from the president's first term in office, John Bolton, has been indicted. Correspondent Scott McFarland.
The charging documents allege the former national security advisor shared more than 1,000 pages of highly sensitive information about his day-to-day activities in the White House, including classified national defense information, some of it top secret, and some of which he emailed in diary-like entries to relatives between April 2018 and September 2019.
Bolton, who morphed into a fierce Trump critic, calls the case an abuse of power. ICE is beefing up surveillance capabilities. Correspondent Michael Wallace has details on that.
In recent weeks, ICE has gone on a technology shopping spree, buying facial recognition software, an iris scanning app agents can use in the field, spyware to hack into smartphones, and software that can track a phone's movement without a warrant from a judge. The Washington Post reports ICE can use the technology to not only find undocumented immigrants, but to target what the Trump administration considers anti-ICE extremist groups like Antifa.
Cardi B is making no bones about it.
Hello, it's me.
She's too busy to breastfeed. The pregnant rapper signed on to serve as chief confidence officer at organic infant formula maker Bobby. Her goal, she says, to empower women to make their own choices.
Just like me, baby, you're not guilty. However you feed your baby, just make sure you do it with confidence.
Dow futures are down 357. S&P futures off 71. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A surprising but gratifying decision was made by the Connecticut Siting Council yesterday as they voted down United Illuminating's proposal to install 200-foot electric monopoles along the Metro North line through Southport, Fairfield, and Bridgeport. The proposal had been met with vehement resistance from residents and elected officials and was even denounced by the governor, who previously urged the Siting Council to postpone a vote while negotiations with the utility company continued. Following yesterday's vote, State Senator Tony Wong said that this will be an opportunity for the community to have more input on how the project continues going forward.
This is not about stopping progress. This is about doing it right and getting an opportunity for transparency, accountability, fact gathering, and verification. Really about due process.
Costa Diamantis testified at his corruption trial yesterday that he never collected bribes while working as deputy state budget director. The former head of Governor Lamont's school construction grant office is accused of soliciting bribes from contractors in exchange for lucrative school jobs. Diamantis says he collected fees from some contractors, but they were not bribes. Diamantis still faces cross-examination by prosecutors and could receive decades in prison if convicted on all charges. The state has found that Bridgeport Public Schools violated the rights of students with disabilities by not providing adequate staffing. The state findings are in response to a complaint that was filed by the nonprofit law group, the Center for Children's Advocacy. The state is requiring Bridgeport to develop a plan to provide additional instruction to compensate students who were denied services for months or longer. Bridgeport is also ordered to take other corrective measures. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Right you are, John. Morning, everybody. John, this time round, is sponsored by our friends at the Stanford Center for the Arts. Hey, don't miss the dynamic duo from the 80s, Air Supply, live this Saturday at the Palace Theater, Stanford. Get your tickets to Air Supply now before they're all out of love. PalaceStanford.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delays starting to ease a bit southbound Route 8 in Seymour. Scene of an earlier two-car crash. Connecticut Turnpike southbound is slow right around exit 36 in Milford. And the Parkway at this moment still looking pretty good. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Sunny sky through this afternoon with a high in the low 60s and a breeze out of the north. Mainly clear this evening and overnight with a low in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Have you heard that Milford was recently voted the third best place to retire in the U.S.? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Brand new spacious units priced right to give you convenience, comfort, and more of what matters in a modern home. Assigned garage parking and fitness center included free. Go to foresthillsmilford.com for information and to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
Experience the range-topping, dual-motor, all-wheel drive sophistication of the Cadillac Lyriq at Cadillac of Greenwich. The Lyriq is the first American car to win the German Car of the Year and offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort. Or experience the first Lyriq V, the fastest production Cadillac ever produced. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Lyriq.
This is your CT Insider weather update. Expect mostly sunny skies with less wind, highs in the low to mid 60s. Temperatures drop down into the 30s later on. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with highs in the mid to upper 60s. Powered by CT Insider.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider, a hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
This fall, cozy up to savings at Spectre Furniture and Mattress Gallery in Ansonia. Whether you're refreshing a room or refurnishing your whole home, Spectre Furniture's fall savings event makes it easy and affordable. And if your old couch or mattress has more lumps than your grandma's gravy, it's time for an upgrade. See what they're all about, or ask your neighbor. Spectre Furniture and Mattress Gallery, where tradition meets comfort. Trusted for 135 years. Thank you for shopping local. SpectreFurniture.com.
A look at the news near your neighborhood. The Fairfield University Graduate and Professional Studies around the region. Now on Melissa in the Morning, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, good morning. How is everybody? 'Tis a Friday, end of the week. We made it, the 17th of October. 2025 right here. If it's Paul in for Melissa, in case you haven't guessed yet. This is not Melissa. It's your old buddy from the afternoon, Paul Pacelli, here until 10, right? And we're at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, talk or text. News from around the neighborhoods here. WWE co-founder Vince McMahon granted accelerated rehabilitation in a reckless driving case. McMahon charged after a crash on the Barrett Parkway in July in Stamford. The police say happened as he was excessively speeding in his Bentley. McMahon appeared in Stamford Superior Court yesterday, where his lawyer says the wrestling maven has reached out to the victims in the case to apologize. No injuries in the crash. Neither driver involved objected to McMahon entering that diversion program. A Bridgeport man accused of sexually assaulting a teen girl Tuesday in the city allegedly also threatened to kill her. Police say Cordero Javier Graves is charged with first-degree sexual assault, threatening, unlawful restraint, and other offenses. A judge on Wednesday increasing the bail from $750,000 to $1 million, citing the seriousness of the charge. Bridgeport police say surveillance video helped investigators identify Graves as the suspect. A teen has been arrested in connection with a hit and run at a street takeover in Shelton. 17-year-old Jason Berrios of Norwalk hit a juvenile with a vehicle during the street takeover last month on Bridgeport Avenue before fleeing the scene. Berrios turned himself in to Shelton police this week after he learned there was a warrant out for his arrest. He's charged with reckless driving and evading responsibility. A New Milford man accused of soliciting sex at a hotel in Danbury. Police say Edwin Baldwick was arrested at the Quality Inn on Federal Road back on the 3rd of October. Officers went there on a report of suspicious activity at a hotel and found evidence of prostitution. Baldwick was charged with sexual solicitation. This after police say he admitted to arranging a meeting with a woman at the hotel. He was released on a promise to appear in court this week. Well, the federal government shutdown, we've been telling you, could cost the UConn women's basketball team an overseas trip. The national champion women Huskies are set to travel to Germany for the Armed Forces Classic on the 4th of November against Louisville, the shutdown leading to an end of communication between the air base in Germany and the event host, which is ESPN, making it impossible to arrange for the transportation of equipment for the game. If the shutout is not over, the shutdown is not over by this Monday, the game will likely be moved to a Navy base instead in Washington, D.C., and the chances for that Now, with the shutdown possibly ending on Monday, at this moment, are slim to none. 3 people are dead following a crash in the town of Prospect. 3 others hurt. This crash between 2 pickup trucks and a Tesla at the intersection of Route 69 and Talmadge Hill. The victims who died ID'd as 57-year-old Andrew Kozel of Florida, 24-year-old Andrew J. Kozel of Prospect, and 68-year-old Edmund Sandrier of Waterbury. The crash was reportedly caused by one of the pickup trucks hitting the Tesla while trying to complete a pass, causing it to spin out. Video now released of the ICE operation at a Hamden car wash where 8 people were detained. The video showing federal ICE agents arriving in unmarked vehicles and storming the Dixwell Avenue car wash on Wednesday, taking male and female workers into custody. Hamden Mayor Lauren Garrett saying the actions by ICE are deplorable and disgusting. Garrett says those taken into custody had children in town schools, and officials had to scramble to make sure they were cared for after those arrests. A 63-year-old Madison man has died in a motorcycle crash in the town of East Haddam. Police say Stephen John Nichols was riding a BMW bike that was involved in a crash with a pickup truck Wednesday on the East Haddam-Colchester Turnpike. Nichols ejected from his motorcycle and passed away at the scene. The cause remains under investigation. North Haven police making an arrest in connection with a burglary of a town jewelry store in July. 43-year-old Herman Milton of Hartford was arrested this week in connection with the burglary at the Washington Avenue store. Milton accused of stealing tens of thousands of dollars worth of expensive watches after smashing his way through the front door with a sledgehammer. He's charged with burglary, larceny, and other offenses. His bail set at $90,000. The ribbon cut on a new pizzeria in New Haven serving what's called Detroit-style pizza. Mayor Justin Elliger and other New Haven officials on hand as the ribbon was cut to open Bobby's yesterday on Broadway near Yale. Elliger says this is the 65th pizzeria operating in New Haven, and if you're familiar with that area, Bobby's storefront for years was home to the Educated Burger downtown. The building itself was bought by Yale 2 years ago. 2 pedestrians have serious injuries after they were hit by a vehicle in the city of Hartford. The victims hit around 10 p.m. yesterday at the intersection of Park Street and Park Terrace in the Frog Hollow neighborhood. Emergency crews rushing to the scene to treat those seriously hurt. No further info has been released. Former Hartford Mayor Luke Bronin, by the way, looking to quash a subpoena calling on him to testify at the federal corruption trial of Costa Diamantis. Bronin said to be called by the defense next week. The current congressional candidate says he has nothing relevant to say at the trial, where Diamantis, of course, is accused of soliciting and taking bribes in running the state school construction funding office. Bronin says he hopes the subpoena is quashed so he doesn't have to sit around in a federal courthouse all day for no reason. Meantime, a shooting this week in New Britain remains under investigation. Cops say the shooting happened Wednesday night downtown on Spring Street. The victim there, suffering a gunshot wound to the side, listed in stable condition yesterday at a hospital. Cops say this took place moments after a disturbance near the transit station on Main Street. No arrests made. And finally, Amazon opening a new distribution and delivery warehouse in eastern Connecticut. The company says it fills a hole in its southern New England network. The warehouse on Lathrop Road in Plainville, near Interstate 395 and the Connecticut-Rhode Island state line. That facility will provide full-time work for 275 people and support 350 jobs for delivery drivers employed by outside contractors. It'll also feature a charging station for a full fleet of its all-electric delivery vans. And there you go. There's a comprehensive look around the region for you. It's Paul in for Melissa. Melissa in the morning at 6:17 on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Still looking at delays southbound Seymour Route 8 involving a truck. That was about 3 hours ago, and it's still there. We still have a backup behind that. Once you get through there, it's an okay ride on Route 8. Some delays in Trumbull southbound of the Parkway. Also Bridgeport heading into Fairfield. Sponsored by Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Get ready for the fall season with Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Your one-stop shop for fall and Halloween needs, plus expert knife sharpening service. Call 203-374-1118 or visit kitchen-corner.com. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A bright day on the way under a sunny sky with a high in the low 60s. Mainly clear this evening and overnight in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This fall, make your daily radio destination WICC. Your weekdays start with Melissa in the morning. Then it's the Lisa Wexler Show, The Download with John Kamal and Chris Williams, and Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. Local news updates every hour, along with Fairfield County traffic and weather from meteorologist Paul Piorek. Plus, more local news and live talk on weekends, too. We are WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Everything you need to start your day. Melissa in the morning on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9.
Well, hey there. How is everyone? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's 6:20. All right. It's 6:19 and 35 seconds. Can we say 6:20? Thank you. Oof. How is everybody? It's Paul from the afternoon show here. In for Melissa. Melissa off today. She's back on Monday. Later on in for me today. You can pick up a few hours of our buddy, our pal, Eric Erickson. Then I believe they are following that with some of the best of my program, which is a stretch, but we'll try and get that for you. And as usual, phones are open this morning if you'd like to chime in on anything and everything, whatever is on your mind, be it a local or national news story, you have an odd thought, you want to call me up and scream at me for something I say this morning, or something I said yesterday. It's all good. Same number, talk or text. That's kind of neat, huh? You talk about some high-tech cheese right there. We do that for you, right? 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Talk or text, right? Because, again, we say, well, why would I want to text? Well, sometimes we get to some testy subjects here, and people say, well, I have a thought for Paul, or I have a thought for Melissa, or I have a thought for Lisa, or I have a thought for the weekend shows with Fred Ebert and Bill Finch and all our great weekend people, but I don't want to go on the radio. So you can text us, and eventually somebody will see it. Trust me, somebody eventually will say, oh, look at this. All right, what do we have coming up this morning? Our buddy Anthony will drop by about 15 minutes from now. We shall take a gander with Anthony at all the stuff that you can do this weekend. And according to what our buddy, our pal, Paul Piorek is saying, the weekend should be pretty good, all right, not too bad, as an old radio guy I used to work with used to say. How you doing, man? Pretty good, all right, not too bad. All right, that covers it. Okay. Christine Vitale, the first selectman of Fairfield, is going to join us coming up in the 7:35 segment to talk about the big story, the voting down yesterday of this UI monopole project. We'll get to that momentarily. My buddy, my pal, Chris Caruso, who would normally join me in the afternoon show on Fridays for his look at all things Bridgeport and Connecticut. Chris will join us in the 8 o'clock hour, and a couple of really cool authors in the 9 o'clock hour, right? One on mental health and the other on the self-help area. So we will talk about that. And, of course, interspersed, as they say, with your thoughts. As always, now the big story this morning, and John has it in his news. We talked about it very deeply on the afternoon show yesterday. In case you didn't hear, because this came down, I want to say the vote was about 1 o'clock or 1:30. So the Connecticut Siting Council, SITING, is in what are we going to do with this site? What are the legal ramifications of okaying something for this site? That's why it's called the Connecticut Siting Council. It is an independent board. It is an independent body that by statute, in and of itself, has the power to decide on and talk about things pertaining to public projects. Well, the Siting Council yesterday voted 5-3 again. Now, this was after heavy pressure from Bridgeport and Mayor Joe Ganim and from Fairfield and other places along in two parts of Fairfield County. The Siting Council voting 5-3 to say no to a plan by UI, the United Illuminating Company, and its parent company Avangrid, to upgrade the power lines through parts of Fairfield and Bridgeport by erecting and putting up these monopoles, which would in some areas be about 145 to 150 feet high, and in other areas could tip out at almost 200 feet. So these are not small little power poles that you would see in your neighborhood. These are some big honking poles out there, and the idea was, instead of burying these lines, which I guess could be done, UI's first push here, because they say it's an easier construction and would come in significantly cheaper or less expensive, would be to run these upgraded lines for, I guess, a power upgrade here, and an infrastructure upgrade, do them on poles. But again, these poles would have, as we've been hearing over the past weeks and months, the erecting of these poles would have, significantly left a footprint on areas that people in Bridgeport and Fairfield didn't want. So the vote was postponed about, 2 or 3 weeks ago. There was a preliminary vote, a straw vote, but now this was a full vote, and the Siting Council said no. So one of two things can happen here, and we'll get into this as the morning proceeds. UI can either come back with a modified proposal to still use a pole type setup or a monopole setup, keep the lines above ground, or UI can come back and say, okay, how about we just bury these poles? But again, bury the lines. Now, again, I've talked to some people who kind of have a background in this, and some people have sent some very useful stuff to me via text and via email. And you just don't, and look, I'm not for one plan or the other. I'm neutral here. But having said that, UI is saying, and they're giving kind of a wide berth on the estimates here. They're saying, well, if in fact you end up burying those lines, you're talking about an additional $300 to $800 million worth of needed work. And guess who may pay for that? So we'll talk about that as the morning goes on. Your thoughts, calls, text 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. It's Paul in from Melissa on the Melissa in the Morning program right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Delays, Route 8 southbound approaching exit 17. This is because of an earlier overnight truck crash, and that's got the right lane blocked, and delays from 18 to 17. Seymour southbound on Route 8. Connecticut Turnpike right now. Slow coming out of Bridgeport to Fairfield. Trumbull into Fairfield southbound on the Merritt Parkway. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny sky through this afternoon with a high in the low 60s and a breeze out of the north. Mainly clear this evening and overnight with a low in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
I started working with K&J Tree Service about a year ago, and I know it can be really expensive to have tree work done at your home. But listen, I've had actually a tree fall across our driveway and keep us stranded in our home for 2 days before. I've had fences break because of trees that have fallen. You want to make sure that your property is protected. And if you are worried about the costs, well, this is the good time to work with K&J Tree Service because they are having unprecedented savings right now with flash sales like 25% off tree pruning. And they also have some really great discounts right now if you were to call them at 203-248-TREE. By the way, they do a free tree risk assessment as well. One of their licensed arborists will come to your home, check things out, and then let you know what their recommendations are. And there's no obligation to do the work with them. Give them a call at 203-248-TREE or go to their website, kjtreeservice.com, and book your appointment. Trust K&J Tree Service to keep your trees and your property safe and stunning. And take advantage of those incredible offers right now with K&J Tree Service. Go to kjtreeservice.com.
I'm Secretary of the State, Stephanie Thomas. In Connecticut, we have elections every year. This year, you'll choose who you want to represent you in local government. Election Day is Tuesday, November 4th. Get details at myvote.ct.gov today.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth. He discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Mike.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from the Town Fair Tire Studios. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire.
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump says after his upcoming separate meetings with Ukraine's President Zelensky and Russia's President Putin, he's hoping to get them together.
We'll meet and talk parties, but this is a terrible relationship the two of them have, and it's one of those things.
John Bolton, national security advisor in Trump's first term, is now under federal indictment charged with mishandling classified material. CBS's Bradley Blackburn.
The 26-page indictment charges Bolton with 18 criminal counts, alleging the transmission of national defense information and retention of national defense information.
The average price of a new car is at a record high.
Americans are paying more than $50,000 on average for a new car. The affordability issue goes beyond just the sticker price. Auto loan interest rates and insurance premiums have drivers struggling to make payments.
CBS Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Early voting begins on Monday, and today is the deadline to register online or by mail. The early voting period in Connecticut begins October 20th and runs through November 2nd, and those who wish to register in advance must do so by today. Registration is available online, and any forms sent by mail must be postmarked by today's date. If you're unable to do so, voter registration will still be available at early voting locations. WWE co-founder Vince McMahon has been granted accelerated rehabilitation for his reckless driving case. McMahon was charged after a July crash on the Merritt Parkway in Stamford that police say happened as he was excessively speeding in his Bentley. McMahon appeared in Stamford Superior Court yesterday, where his attorney says the wrestling maven has reached out to the victims in the case to apologize. There were no injuries in the crash, and neither driver involved objected to McMahon entering the diversion program. The 29-year-old mother of 12-year-old Jacqueline Torres Garcia is charged with the child's death. According to police, the girl was killed last fall in Farmington, and her body was kept in a plastic container until it was found last week in a storage bin at an abandoned house in New Britain. Carla Garcia is charged with her daughter's murder. Her boyfriend, Jonathan Nanita, and her sister, Jacqueline Garcia, also face charges. Police believe the child had suffered prolonged physical abuse and malnutrition. Video has been released of the ICE operation at a Hamden car wash where 8 people were detained. The video shows ICE agents arriving in unmarked vehicles and storming the Dixwell Ave car wash on Wednesday, taking male and female workers into custody. Hamden Mayor Lauren Garrett says the actions taken by the administration and ICE are deplorable and disgusting. At a press conference attended by Channel 3, Garrett says those taken into custody had children in town schools, and officials had to scramble to make sure they were cared for after the arrests.
One of my biggest concerns is that there was a mother and a father who were taken. Their children are in school. We don't know which community. We don't know how to contact that school.
And the federal government shutdown could cost the UConn women's basketball team a trip overseas. The national champion Huskies are scheduled to travel to Germany for the Armed Forces Classic on November 4th against Louisville. The shutdown has led to an end of communication between the air base in Germany and event host ESPN, making it impossible to arrange the transportation of equipment for the game. If the shutdown is not over by Monday, the game will be moved to a Navy base in Washington, D.C. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Thank you, John Kamal. Sponsored this time around by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Got to be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Route 8 southbound, right lane is out from 18 to 17 Seymour. A crash involving a truck from about 3.5 hours ago. Prior to the Seymour Bridge, that's delays right through that whole area. Southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike, stop and go Bridgeport to Fairfield. Minor delays in Stamford, Trumbull through Fairfield on the Parkway southbound. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A bright day on the way under a sunny sky with a high in the low 60s. Mainly clear this evening and overnight in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing. More people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open 6 days a week to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 860-645-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices for breakfast. Bacon, egg, and cheese. On a hard roll, wrap, whole wheat toast, any way you'd like it. Or a Big D breakfast with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and bacon, ham, or sausage. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many items, including breakfast platters, sandwiches, muffins, bagels, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat breakfast at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Start your day with all the news that matters. It's Melissa in the Morning now on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
Well, how is everybody this morning, eh? This, of course, is not Melissa. You probably figured that out. She'll be back on Monday. Everything is fine. She's taking a day off. She's okay. Don't go nuts here. It's your old buddy Paul from the afternoon show at 6:38, almost 6:39. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Oh, it's about that time on the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program. Anthony joins us from the Connecticut Department of Tourism. Anthony, how are you, man? How you doing?
I'm great. How you been, Paul? It's been too long, man.
Can't complain. You know, I get up in the morning, all my limbs work. I can walk to the bathroom. I know what day it is, so it's all good. You know, little things, man, little things.
Yes, small victories. They all add up.
I keep a running scorecard during the day in case you're scoring at home. Hey, lot going on, man. It's going to be a nice fall weekend. Anthony, lot going on. Give us the lowdown here. What do we have on the dance card this weekend?
Yeah, let's go. So first off, you got Pumpkin Fest weekend over at Two Roads. I feel like every week we're talking about something great they have going on over there. So it kicks off tonight. You've got Rosemary's Baby horror film competition viewing party. So what they did is they put out a call for short films, all horror movies. But here's the kicker.
Yeah.
Rosemary's Baby has to be a product placement in it.
No,
so that's brilliant. That is brilliant and fun. That'll be good to see.
Yeah.
That's 21 plus only.
Okay.
Tomorrow they have the 8th annual Rosemary's Baby Pumpkin Fest. So all kinds of costume contests, pumpkin carving, live music, and food. At after dark, everybody's going to watch The Ring. You remember The Ring?
I believe so. Yeah.
It's really creepy movie. So that's all 21 plus.
Wow.
Sundays, that's for open to families and dogs and whatnot. So it's for all ages. And they also have costume contests and pumpkin carving and all that good stuff.
All right. Then we go to West Hartford. WICC. What's going on there?
Yeah, WICC's got it going on with this one. So the Noah Webster House just reopened. They're doing a West Hartford hauntings, and it's a great way to experience history in a way you've never heard it before. So they have a ghostly guide leading you on a lantern tour of Old North Cemetery, where they'll talk about death, disease, and real history. So because it's a little spookier, you got to be at least 10 years old.
Yeah, we're going to talk disease. I would think we want the kids to be a little older. Just far for me to say it, but that would make sense. Yeah. And this is a ticketed event, I see here, correct?
Yes, it is.
And then, of course, the city of Bridgeport, the Park City, and there's a great, what do I see here? A great event at with our friends at the Beardsley Zoo.
Yes, every year, Glow Wild, which has become such a big hit. You know, this is backed by popular demand. Got 35 larger-than-life handcrafted lanterns that not only celebrate wildlife and the zoo, but really the magic of the season. So this is a unique way for folks to experience the zoo after dark. And it's very different, very fun, and open to all ages.
All right, and then we scoot out east to the town of Mystic, and what do we have going on there?
Yeah, so we were talking about all kinds of supernatural fun just because of the Halloween season that we're in. This is a walking tour. It's almost 2 hours, about an hour and 45. It's a little bit of history and mystery. So they take you through the 17th century through the 20th century down there, talking about true terrifying tales just of what happened in the area and history, and super spooky. When you work closely with the folks who organize this, and so I'll vouch for it. Pretty darn cool. And when you're done, while you're down there, grab a bite to eat. Mystic's such a foodie town.
Absolutely, yeah. Showing up on a lot of these national lists, too, about how cool Mystic can be. All right, folks, now be sure to check out all the stuff and more we just chatted about. ctvisit.com, ctvisit.com. Anthony from the Connecticut Tourism Department. All right, listen, you have a safe and happy day, Anthony. Don't make me call the cops on you, okay? Behave. You promise me that? You give me that?
I promise.
Okay.
Take care, Paul.
All right, Anthony, thanks, buddy. We'll chat down the road. Appreciate it.
All right.
Take care. Anthony from the Connecticut Department of Tourism. There you go. ctvisit.com. Check it all out. Will you? Yeah, the pumpkin. And let's go over this in case you heard something. Say, hey, what do they say there? The big doings on this upcoming fall weekend, and Paul Pioric said weather-wise, this will be a good one. The Pumpkin Fest weekend, 2 Roads Brewing in Stratford, 3 days of fall fun. Tonight, the Rosemary's, get it? The Rosemary's Baby Horror Film competition and viewing party. That's 21 plus, please. And then coming up tomorrow, the 8th annual Rosemary's Baby Pumpkin Fest. That's also a 21-plus event. And then on Sunday, all ages event. Pets are welcome, too, in the Rosemary's Baby Family Fall Fest with our friends at 2 Roads Brewing in Stratford. If you're up around the West Hartford area, the Noah Webster House and the West Hartford Historical Society will give you history like... you've never seen it or heard it before. This is a ticketed event. It is a lantern-lit tour of the Old North Cemetery, where you experience tales of death, disease, and real history. 10 years old and up. This one may get a little too freaky-deaky for the kids, okay? Glow Wild again at the Beardsley Zoo in Bridgeport. The Illuminated Lantern Festival transforms Beardsley into a wonderland filled with over 35 larger-than-life handcrafted lantern displays. Good for date nights, yes. Families, too. Evening Adventures Go Wild offers a unique way to experience Beardsley Zoo after dark. And again, if you're heading out to the eastern part of the state, maybe you're traipsing out there, you've got friends or family, the Downtown Mystic Ghost Tours, from curses to paranormal activity, no shortage of the supernatural. It's a walking tour. It's going to take a little bit, about an hour and 45 minutes. It's a blend of history and mystery, they say, in Old Mystic from the 17th through the 20th centuries. Expect the stories from the true gruesome and historic past of Mystic. Tales of true paranormal encounters. All right, so you can check this out and more. Go to ctvisit.com. Will you do that? ctvisit.com. Paula for Melissa. Melissa in the morning on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 southbound, still a pretty heavy ride this morning with the right lane closed due to a truck crash. That happened earlier this morning, and it's between Bank Street and Derby Avenue at 17. Right lane is out there, Route 8. Southbound Connecticut Turnpike, stop and go. Bridgeport into Fairfield, and then through Westport to a slow ride. Trumbull to Fairfield, on into Westport on the Parkway South. Sponsored by R.D. Cinto. If you move your office to an R.D. Cinto property, you'll avoid all this traffic. Learn more at Cinto.com. You deserve it. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Good morning. You'll certainly need the jacket or the sweater early this morning. We have readings in the lower 40s along the water. Inland north of the Merritt, a few upper 30s. Right now at 38 in Reading. It is 37 in Wilton, 39 right along Route 8 in Seymour. By the water, 44 in Bridgeport, 45 in Norwalk, and 44 in Greenwich. In Milford, we're down to 43. Our dew point is 28, so the air is dry. We have a light north wind that will abate during the morning after a rather gusty overnight. And right now the barometer is 299.7. That will be on the way up. Now, it will be a bright day under a lot of sun with a high at or near 60. The north breeze relaxing by lunch. Overnight mainly clear. A frost advisory inland for north of the Merritt for overnight through about mid-morning tomorrow. We'll be near 40 by the water, in the 30s inland. Tomorrow, sunny, a milder afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Sunday, early sun, late day clouds with a high near 70. The showers move in by later on in the evening and overnight, so the weekend should be dry. By Monday, more showers with a high in the mid-60s. Tuesday, back to sun with a high again in the mid-60s. Right now, we have readings in the 30s inland, 40s by the water. A bright day, less wind with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
On a, what is this? It's a Friday. Yeah, it is the 17th of October, 10/17/2025. I'm just trying to think. I was literally thinking, which is a painful thing for me sometimes. I was literally thinking on that break. I'm looking at the date readout, our clock and date readout here on all the computers here that surround us every day. I'm saying to myself, all right, and how many of us have gone through this, right? Especially in the morning. Now, I'm up doing this, but I might be tossing and turning if I wasn't looking at the ceiling, seeing the sun come peering in through the windows and saying to myself, well, did I pay every bill I should have? And, right? And I mean, because you see the dates, right? And you say, oh, there's something internally. I mean, I don't know about you, but I kind of have this is how nuts I am. I have memorized what bills I should have paid by what day. So maybe it's the state of my personal finances. I don't know, but my initial thought every time I look at what day it is, which is kind of normal or so for me on a semi-regular basis because of what I do here, I said, well, wait a minute. Did I pay? Yes, I did. Now, I did realize I had to stop my dentist earlier, later on today. I think I'll be doing that after I get out of here. Well, because I owe him a few dollars, which is, it's all right. Can I tell you, we're on a kind of a payment plan there. I had a procedure done that I had to pay a little bit more out of pocket than I was expecting to. But again, it's all good. I don't like to skimp on dentistry. I just don't think it's something that, you should do. Now, come to find out, I have another, and I know you love hearing about this at 6:52, but I'm in the position here of saying, well, I think I'll do that next month. I have a molar that's got a little tiny crack in it. Not bad, my dentist says, of course, then with the prerequisite for now. Well, how long, doctor, can I wait on this? Well, I don't know. Because you're chewing on it. I said, yeah. It's generally what we do with teeth. I'd prefer not to gum my food into a puree. I said, well, what happens if I wait? They said, well, then, we could go with the full-fledged root canal, which is you have one of those? Those are really good, huh? Hey, can I get some? See, with me, and I know this is different from people, on whatever spectrum here. Novocaine for me is a food group, and I don't care what you do to me. I don't care. Extraction, I've had a couple of those. Implant, boy, the implant is nice. It's expensive, but it's nice. So that's where my mind was this morning as I looked at the clock and I said, I saw Friday, October 17th. Did I pay that? Yeah. Did I pay that? And because I live in a condo and we don't take automatic payments, CBT payments, and neither does my town electric company, I actually still write checks. Do you folks still write checks? I have to. I have no choice. But think about how few checks we write as opposed to years ago when everything, remember, look, I'm not that old where I don't remember paying bills and sitting there with my wife at the time saying, okay, let's pay this. And right every month, did you have a pile of envelopes every month? We sure did. You're paying the mortgage. You're paying probably one, if not two cars, the phone bill, the electric bill, all the other stuff, whatever loans you may have, credit card payments. I guess checks are never going to go away. It's a nice way to pay somebody personally, but then again, checks may go away because of these things like Venmo and Cash App and everything where, again, you have these platforms that are not banks, but they're just a way to transfer money to someone, and you don't have to write them a check. But I still have to pay my 2 condo fees, so I write that. Yes, I have to order checks twice a year. I know, and man, are they expensive now. Oh man, one order of checks, $23, $24. Really? Yeah, I know. I picked the nice patriotic checks, but really? But I think I write I write probably 1, 2, I think it's 3 checks a month, I think. Because I got to pay my condo fee, then there's a separate fee, and then there's the electric bill there in beautiful Wally World. I think we take, I don't know, I think the town does EBT payments for that, but I'm not even sure. But do you still write checks out there? I know you don't write as many as you used to. But I still write them, and I still got to order them. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Will checks ever leave us? They're on the way out. Just like the penny is on the way out. And eventually, who knows? Could we be heading toward not only a checkless, but a cashless society? Not immediately, not, in 5 or 10 or 15 years, but, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 years from now, who's going to be using checks? Who's going to be using cash? It's all on a card. You know what they'll do? They'll implant a chip in our head. And you know how you touch, there's a touch point on some of your bank cards with the chip, and you got to touch it, and you get the beep and the lights there, and you're all logged in. That's probably going to end up in your head, right? Oh, here, I'm at the gas pump. Let me touch my head here. Oh, yeah, there it is. Now I can pay. Traffic and weather together, Paul and for Melissa. Melissa in the morning, right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delayed southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike, Bridgeport to Fairfield, building volume in Norwalk. It is stop and go Trumbull to Fairfield, and now also into Westport too on the Merritt Parkway. And slow going Seymour southbound Route 8. That's a truck crash blocking the right lane. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny sky through this afternoon with a high in the low 60s and a breeze out of the north. Mainly clear this evening and overnight with a low in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to WICC.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion.
for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Legends of Fear, now open for our 29th year of haunting. Ride our haunted hayride or walk the Hallow Trail and visit Melonhead Revenge. Enjoy up to 90 minutes of terror at our farm. Real farm, real woods, real fear. Legends of Fear is the best in outdoor haunting. Buy your tickets now at legendsoffear.com, a nationally ranked top haunt. Bring your family for an exciting night of outdoor adventure. Visit legendsoffear.com. That's legendsoffear.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump is shifting his focus from the ceasefire in Gaza to the war in Ukraine today. He'll meet with President Zelensky at the White House after suggesting he may not sell Ukraine U.S.-made missiles after all. Russia expert Beth Noble.
Presidents Trump and Zelensky spoke earlier this week about the U.S. possibly supplying Ukraine with something called Tomahawk missiles. Those have a much longer range than anything provided to the Ukrainian military so far by the U.S. or its allies. Now, these Tomahawks could potentially be used to hit targets deep inside Russia. And so the Kremlin's already said that doing this would be seen as an escalation of the war.
Kremlin says many questions need resolving before President Trump and Vladimir Putin go through with a planned summit in Budapest. CBS News has learned the U.S. has taken out the 6th boat off the coast of Venezuela in more than a month that the administration claims was carrying drugs. Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal among Democrats questioning Mr. Trump's newly authorized covert CIA operations inside the South American nation.
Small wars have a way of going awry, costing lives and dollars for our nation.
President Trump's former national security advisor turned foe, John Bolton's been indicted on charges of mishandling classified documents. Bolton chalks it up to politics. Former federal prosecutor Scott Fredrickson.
There are thousands of instances of classified documents that end up in former government officials' hands, if you will, or at their homes, and they're never charged.
At least 4 universities have said thanks but no thanks to a White House offer to expand access to federal funding in exchange for demands. CBS's Michael Wallace.
Those demands include no longer considering sex and ethnicity in admissions, capping international enrollment, and shutting down programs that punish conservative ideas. USC and Penn rejected the compact yesterday, joining Brown and MIT. The other 5 schools offered the deal have yet to announce a decision. Harvard, which was not offered the compact, says it ended its fiscal year with a $113 million deficit after the Trump administration froze $2.2 billion of its federal funding.
Sad news for rock fans. Kiss founding lead guitarist Ace Frehley has died. The Rock and Roll Hall of Famer explained the band's jam.
Bigger is always better, no matter what you hear. Bigger is better. Everything Kiss does is big.
Frehley's death comes weeks after he fell at his home in New Jersey. Former bandmates Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons call him an irreplaceable rock soldier. Frehley was 74. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit Optima Tax Relief.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery, Voice of Connecticut local news update.
A surprising but gratifying decision was made by the Connecticut Siting Council yesterday as they voted down United Illuminating's proposal to install 200-foot electric monopoles along the Metro North line through Southport, Fairfield, and Bridgeport. The proposal had been met with vehement resistance from residents and elected officials and was even denounced by the governor, who previously urged the Siting Council to postpone a vote while negotiations with the utility company continued. Following yesterday's vote, State Senator Tony Wong said that this will be an opportunity for the community to have more input on how the project continues going forward.
This is not about stopping progress. This is about doing it right and getting an opportunity for transparency, accountability, fact gathering, and verification, really about due process.
Costa Diamantis testified at his corruption trial yesterday that he never collected bribes while working as deputy state budget director. The former head of Governor Lamont's school construction grants office is accused of soliciting bribes from contractors in exchange for lucrative school jobs. Diamantis says he collected fees from some contractors, but they were not bribes. Diamantis still faces cross-examination by prosecutors and could receive decades in prison if convicted on all charges. The state has found that Bridgeport Public Schools violated the rights of students with disabilities by not providing adequate staffing. The state findings are in response to a complaint that was filed by the nonprofit law group, the Center for Children's Advocacy. The state is requiring Bridgeport to develop a plan to provide additional instruction to compensate students who were denied services for months or longer. Bridgeport is also ordered to take other corrective measures. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
All right, you are, John, sponsored this time around by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Hey, now is the time for a fresh new look for your home. You can save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Check them out, Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Good morning. Route 8 southbound, very heavy volume in Seymour. Earlier crash involving a truck from the overnight accident is blocking the right lane through that area. Southbound in Seymour. Southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike, pretty heavy now. Bridgeport through Fairfield. Slow going Norwalk and also in Stamford. And delays on the Parkway. Getting out of Trumbull through Fairfield, second half of the no exit zone in Westport on your way into Norwalk's Route 7. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny sky through this afternoon with a high in the low 60s and a breeze out of the north. Mainly clear this evening and overnight with a low in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, host of Melissa in the Morning here on The Voice of Connecticut. I want to tell you about MADE, a leadership series of events I've been hosting with the Department of Economic and Community Development and the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. MADE is designed to equip Connecticut's industry professionals with the connections, resources, and insights necessary to create opportunity in today's business landscape. Topics included so far: how to attract and keep top talent, and innovation, and the advancements right here in Connecticut. Don't worry, though, if you've missed it, check out what we've learned on the podcast at voiceofct.com. The next MADE series will focus on reputation and how your business can stand out. If you want to stay ahead of the curve in business and build game-changing connections, you need to listen to the podcast. It's on voiceofct.com, and join me at the next MADE event. Details coming soon at connecticutmade.com.
Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield Mobile Service Plus is the next generation of door-to-door maintenance and repair. Enhance your Chevrolet, GMC, or Cadillac ownership experience by making your vehicle maintenance easier. Our technicians come to you at home or work with Mobile Service Plus. Experience next-level service from Maritime Chevrolet in Fairfield. World-class technicians, superior professionalism, and customer care starts at MaritimeChevy.com. That's MaritimeChevy.com.
This is your retirement wake-up call. Most people will have 4 to 6 major financial storms during their life. Are you prepared? Are you going to be ready? Take the quiz now at rocksolidretirementquiz.com to spot your number one mistake and grab your free retirement report. Strategies for Wealth Management has your back. Let's protect, preserve, and grow your money. Build a rock-solid retirement now. Go to rocksolidretirementquiz.com.
Insurance products and services are offered by Strategies for Wealth Management. Content contained herein should not be construed as an offer or solicitation for investment advice or for the purchase or sale of any security, insurance, or other investment product.
This is where Norwalk starts the day. Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, good morning, and how is everyone on this? What is it, Friday? We made it. Yeah, it's Paula for Melissa. Melissa in the Morning. Melissa's off today. She will be back here on Monday, all set to go for a new week in my stead this afternoon. Some of the best of my program. Also, we'll bring you some of our late-night guy who is a very perceptive guy with all things national politics, Eric Erickson. Phone lines are open. Same number, by the way, talk or text at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Heads up to register to vote today in Connecticut. We'll have that for you momentarily. Bill's on the phone in Bridgeport. Bill, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I have two things.
Yes.
Remember how I talked about the idiots, how they go flying down the road all the time?
Yes. One almost ran me off the road this morning. Yes. Go ahead.
Well, Wednesday, one of them had their wings clipped. They went flying by Skane School on Madison Avenue, which is there's a little like S-turn there.
Yeah.
He never made the turn. He hit a brick wall. The car hit so hard it turned sideways.
Really? Wow. Jeez.
Police, fire, ambulance. That's what happens when you speed.
Well, yeah.
It's from a school.
I don't, Bill, I don't quite understand what people are thinking, but go ahead.
I don't know. But and the dum-dum in California, he signed the bill. He's all the people who lost their homes in the Palisades, he's taken their property, put up 7-story apartment buildings.
Really? I didn't see that. Is he really?
Newsom signed a thing. It was on the other day. I heard that the other day.
All right, Bill, I'll have to check that out. Bill, always good to hear from you, my friend. Thank you, Bill in Bridgeport. Yeah, he's right. What is that? And there was a guy, and I'm glad Bill brought that up again. And here's what I have come to realize. And I'm glad Bill brought that up. Have you noticed? I've been in radio now. Let me see. If I count out my first part-time paying job was in 84. So I'm at 41 years. I'd like to make 50 or 55, but we'll see. And I remember, on off times in my career, I've worked on morning shows. I fill in here, had a 3 morning show stops in Hartford, a couple in New Haven. But I got to tell you, and the reason I look back on it, and dovetailing off of what Bill mentioned, I remember when I would drive, and still today, when, you do a morning show, depending upon whether you're doing news or just being a host, you get up a little earlier if you're doing news because you have to come in and write. But I would remember years ago being, out on the roads at 3:45, 4:15 in the morning if I was starting to work at 5:30 or 6. And the roads were relatively quiet, and everybody out there was generally paying attention and calm and not doing things. I got to tell you, post-COVID, and maybe COVID fried some brains to an extent that we're not fully involved with in research. But man, every morning now I'm up working early or going somewhere early. There are, and I never used to see this. And maybe you've seen this too. There are one or two lunatics out there who, for whatever reason, because, as the song used to say, because, and driving like lunatics. There was a guy this morning. I was on a stretch of road where it was 4 lanes, 3 or 4. I was in the right center lane, and some guy comes blowing past me. And look, and I've told you on the afternoon show, I'm not a shrinking violet behind the wheel. I've gotten my share of speeding tickets, and I probably could have gotten 10 or 12 more were it not for the statey saying, whatever, I'm tired, I'm going home. But again, this morning, coming in at about 4:30, 4:45 before we signed on here, some lunatic passes me. I'm doing 75, 70, 75, behaving myself, listening to some news coming in, seeing what's going on. And here comes a guy in the right lane, had to be doing 100, 90, 95, 100. And then up comes a guy, and they might have been racing. And there's a guy in the left lane because there are so few people on the road, and he was probably tickling 90 or 95. I don't get it. I mean, I do to a point because I've always maintained that speed is intoxicating. But once you get up to about 90 or 95, what's the point? What's the point? Is it a mental deficiency, or people just warped? I don't know. And again, I'm not the kind of guy that'll sit in the right lane on 95 on the Merritt or the Wilbercross or 84, Route 7 or Route 25. I'm not one of these people that gets in the right lane and does 55 miles an hour. No, you can't, because you'll get run down and you will eventually get killed. Something, a big rig or somebody in a sports car will run you over. But, man, I couldn't see the change over the years. Years ago, when I first started in this business, and I was hired to do mornings, and one of my bosses, one of my late bosses, who was a very nice guy to me, he'd say, now, when you come in, you're going to find out that driving in at this time of the morning is unique. I said, well, why is that, John? He said, well, at the times that we have to get to work here, he says there's generally 3 types of people on the road. Now, I'll never forget this because it was really funny when he said this. He goes, there's 3 kinds of people: truckers, drunks, and the state police. And I think he's still right. Truckers, drunks, the state police, and people driving like crazy. It is... Because during the day, the natural volume of traffic just kind of, it kind of holds the speed down. But, man, if you're out there early, be careful. And my other favorite is the guy, and I love our truckers. I do. If we didn't have our truckers, the economy would literally shut down in 3 days. But you know what I get away from real fast? 18-wheelers that are weaving, right? And who knows? These guys and gals drive a lot of hours, but you never know. Is there a cocktail involved? Is there a gummy? You don't know. But the minute I see a big rig, oh, wait, he's drifting here and he's drifting here. We know where I'm drifting, as far away from him as I can. Traffic and weather together. It's Pauline for Melissa. Melissa in the morning, right here, right now. WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
We've got a slow ride Route 8 southbound in Seymour between 18 and 17. It's a truck crash that is blocking the right lane. If you're taking the Connecticut Turnpike this morning, you'll find that heavy between Bridgeport and Fairfield, Norwalk into Darien, and also heading in through Stamford. Southbound on the Parkway, stop and go, Trumbull, Fairfield, Westport, and Norwalk into New Canaan Avenue. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Good morning and happy Friday. We've got a good day on the way, certainly less wind than yesterday. We had wind gusts in the neighborhood of 30 to 35 miles an hour in Bridgeport yesterday afternoon. Even a windy night, but now the wind beginning to abate early this morning. But the bigger news, it is chilly. How about downright cold inland? We have readings in the 30s north of the Merritt. 44 right now in Bridgeport, 45 in Greenwich, 44 in Norwalk and Milford. Inland, we're at 40 right now in Ansonia along Route 8, 38 in Wilton along Route 7, and we are down to 37 right now in Reading, right along Route 58 early this morning. Our dew point is 28. The air is dry. We have a north wind at about 10, and the barometer is 2998. That will be on the way up. It will be a sunny day. There will be a little bit of a breeze out of the north, not as windy, with a high 60. Tonight, mainly clear. A frost advisory inland north of the Merritt will be in the 30s inland, nearing 40 by the water. Yes, a veritable nip in the air overnight. Saturday, sunny and nice, mid-60s. Sunday should be dry. We'll have the sun through early afternoon, clouding over in the afternoon with a high near 70. The showers arrive after sunset through early in the morning with a low in the mid-50s. On Monday, early showers end. We'll see the sun later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s and more sun by midweek. Right now we have readings in the 30s inland, 40s along the water. We'll be nearing 60 later this afternoon under a lot of the sun. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Going out to eat for half the price? There's only one word to describe that. Sweet. It's another week of sweet deals at voiceofct.com. Half-price gift cards to your favorite locally owned restaurants and businesses. But when the sweet deals are gone, they're gone. And they go fast. So don't wait. Stay local and save some dough. Grab the half-price sweet deals now at voiceofct.com. Your radio preset number one on both AM and FM. Melissa in the Morning on WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Well, hello and good morning. And how is everyone at 7:20? Big day today, by the way. If you are not registered to vote and you want to register to vote, today is a big deadline. It is the voter registration deadline for online and mail applications here in the state of Connecticut. Now, again, Election Day is coming up in a few weeks. This Election Day, November 4th, I believe it is. I always get confused. I know. First Tuesday after the first Monday. I get it. And this year, now remember, we're in the odd years. And in Connecticut, the odd years, well, every year is odd, Paul. Yes, it's a tad odd. The odd years in Connecticut are elections for your local offices. So nobody in Congress, there are no federal elections this year. There are no statewide elections this year. This year are your local races, mayors, town managers, first selectman, first select person, first select woman, board of education, boards of aldermen, town council, whatever. So that is what's coming up. Next year, of course, is a federal circuit and also a statewide election, too. So next year is the governor's race. Next year is 151 people in the state house. Next year is 36 people in the state senate. Next year is everybody in Congress as well, in the House and about 1/3 of the Senate. But the point here is, right, got to be registered. And And as reported here with our friends at Channel 3, people looking to vote on Election Day have until today, Friday, October the 17th, to register either online or by mail. So if you're registering by mail, forms sent by mail must be postmarked with today's date. Anybody who misses the deadline can still register in person on Election Day or during early voting. Now, early voting in these races begins on Monday, the 20th. So technically, you'll be able to vote starting on Monday at designated locations. So you have to check into your city and town, say, hey, where are our early voting locations? Voters can also register and vote during early voting at the sites. Several local races are on the ballot this year, including mayoral contest, determining community leadership, and spending in cities and towns. So once again, Election Day is coming up Tuesday, the 4th of November, first Tuesday after the first Monday. So it's it's a little bit early this year, maybe just a skosh early. But again, there is one, if you're going to do it online or do it by mail, you do have a deadline of today, but then again, you can register on site too if you miss the deadline. So again, I am, and I say this on the afternoon show, and you probably heard me say this. I am, and I know everybody has their reasons. I understand that. I'm not here to judge anybody. I'm really not. But I am confounded. I am surprised at the number of ways we have to register to vote in this state. And now maybe this is getting better, I don't know. But the people are still confused. People miss deadlines. There are people who say, well, it's so hard to register to vote. I don't get it. I don't get it. And what I do say in the afternoon a lot, and this sometimes rubs people the wrong way, I think, now this is just I know it's Melissa's show, this is just my thinking here. There comes a point in my thinking where I stop begging people to register. I am confounded by the lack of, I don't even know what word to use, the lack of urgency some people have to register to vote, even if you don't want to vote. And even if you don't want to join a party. I'm not saying you've got to register to vote in the primaries. I get it. You want to be unaffiliated? God bless you. But this thing, we go through it literally every year. The odd years like this year, for the municipal elections, and the even years for, every 4 years, a White House election, and then, the other federal elections. But the fact that we continually and continuously, I don't know which word it is, we beg people to register to vote. Register to vote. Don't forget to register to vote. Why? I am shocked at how many people have to be told this. Yeah, I'm an old guy, but I remember I couldn't wait to register to vote. Honest to God. Remember, it was like getting your driver's license, and few young people do that. It seems like the rites of passage here just aren't really meaningful to a lot of people anymore, right? More and more people, young people, don't get a license because mom or dad schleps them around. And the begging of, my high school class, we went over it. And I remember my government teacher, Bob Morgan, saying, gentlemen, I hope you would register to vote, and here's how you do it. And he described it in such a way that it kind of made us want to do it. Nobody had to beg me to register to vote. I don't know. It's so confusing. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heavy delays southbound Route 8 from Beacon Falls into Seymour. One truck crash blocking the right lane happened during the overnight, and we still have this huge backup behind there. So we're hopefully going to get this solved in a little bit, but it's been there for quite a while. Southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike, heavy Bridgeport, Fairfield, Norwalk, and Stamford. Delays southbound on the Parkway just past the Fairfield Rest area in through Westport and on your way to Norwalk's Route 7. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A bright day on the way under a sunny sky with a high in the low 60s. Mainly clear this evening and overnight in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
One of the hardest things to do is to watch a loved one age and struggle with what comes with age, right? One of my favorite people on the planet was my grandmother, my mom's mom, and she lived with us most of my childhood, even into my early adult years until she died in 2020. And I'm so grateful that my parents were able to have her age at home. And a huge reason for that is because we had help. We had aides come in and help her to do basic things like cooking and getting her groceries and things like that. Sometimes it's hard to know when you need a little bit of help, but that's why I appreciate the work that my friends at Connecticut In-Home Assistance, what they do. They've been helping families for over 25 years across Connecticut. And if you have questions about this type of care, you should check out their website, cthomecare.com. In fact, right on their homepage, they have a free assessment option. Just click on the button there. Or you can call to have a free on-site assessment done, and you are part of the process every step of the way. cthomecare.com.
Need metal? Metal Supermarket's got metal, big or small. No minimum order. Cut and ready fast while you wait, or call for delivery. Check out the new store in Bridgeport today at 1085 Connecticut Avenue, where we cut, bend, and shape any size of metal with no minimum order.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Get ready to tackle your hunger with Duchess Restaurants, where fresh food meets football. Catch the NFL games of the week every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast, because even your appetite deserves a touchdown.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from the Town Fair Tire Studios. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire.
This is WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump says after his upcoming separate meetings with Ukraine's President Zelensky and Russia's President Putin, he's hoping to get them together.
We'll meet and talk to parties, but this is a terrible relationship the two of them have, and it's one of those things.
John Bolton, national security advisor in Trump's first term, is now under federal indictment charged with mishandling classified material. CBS's Bradley Blackburn.
The 26-page indictment charges Bolton with 18 criminal counts, alleging the transmission of national defense information and retention of national defense information.
The average price of a new car is at a record high.
Americans are paying more than $50,000 on average for a new car. The affordability issue goes beyond just the sticker price. Auto loan interest rates and insurance premiums have drivers struggling to make payments.
CBS Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Early voting begins on Monday, and today is the deadline to register online or by mail. The early voting period in Connecticut begins October 20th and runs through November 2nd, and those who wish to register in advance must do so by today. Registration is available online, and any forms sent by mail must be postmarked by today's date. If you're unable to do so, voter registration will still be available at early voting locations. WWE co-founder Vince McMahon has been granted accelerated rehabilitation for his reckless driving case. McMahon was charged after a July crash on the Merritt Parkway in Stamford that police say happened as he was excessively speeding in his Bentley. McMahon appeared in Stamford Superior Court yesterday, where his attorney says the wrestling maven has reached out to the victims in the case to apologize. There were no injuries in the crash, and neither driver involved objected to McMahon entering the diversion program. The 29-year-old mother of 12-year-old Jacqueline Torres Garcia is charged with the child's death. According to police, the girl was killed last fall in Farmington, and her body was kept in a plastic container until it was found last week in a storage bin at an abandoned house in New Britain. Carla Garcia is charged with her daughter's murder. Her boyfriend, Jonathan Nanita, and her sister, Jacqueline Garcia, also face charges. Police believe the child had suffered prolonged physical abuse and malnutrition. Video has been released of the ICE operation at a Hamden car wash where 8 people were detained. The video shows ICE agents arriving in unmarked vehicles and storming the Dixwell Ave car wash on Wednesday, taking male and female workers into custody. Hamden Mayor Lauren Garrett says the actions taken by the administration and ICE are deplorable and disgusting. At a press conference attended by Channel 3, Garrett says those taken into custody had children in town schools, and officials had to scramble to make sure they were cared for after the arrests.
One of my biggest concerns is that there was a mother and a father who were taken. Their children are in school. We don't know which community. We don't know how to contact that school.
And the federal government shutdown could cost the UConn women's basketball team a trip overseas. The national champion Huskies are scheduled to travel to Germany for the Armed Forces Classic on November 4th against Louisville. The shutdown has led to an end of communication between the air base in Germany and event host ESPN, making it impossible to arrange the transportation of equipment for the game. If the shutdown is not over by Monday, the game will be moved to a Navy base in Washington, D.C. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Right you are, John, brought to you this time round by the Stanford Center for the Arts. Hey, don't miss the dynamic duo from the 80s, Air Supply. They're live this Saturday at the Palace Theater, Stanford. Get your tickets to Air Supply right now before they're all out of love. PalaceStanford.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Well, we're getting more details now. Route 8 southbound tractor trailer rolled over and went down the embankment in Seymour on Route 8. Only one lane getting by. Right lane is closed in that whole area between 18 and 17. And the backup now begins in Beacon Falls. Again, that's in Seymour. Very heavy ride southbound. Also, if you're traveling this morning on the Connecticut Turnpike, you're going to find it heavy in Bridgeport, Norwalk, and Stamford. Delays southbound in Westport, Norwalk, and New Canaan on the Parkway. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny sky through this afternoon with a high in the low 60s and a breeze out of the north. Mainly clear this evening and overnight with a low in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing. More people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Fall is the season for fresh starts, so why not start with your smile? At Downtown Dental, transform your look with Invisalign or veneers, the best quality at the lowest price.
I lost a tooth from an accident, but Downtown Dental gave me my smile back with same-day implants, just $999. It was easy, painless, and affordable.
Now I'm smiling brighter than ever, thanks to Downtown Dental.
3 convenient offices in Bridgeport, Norwalk, and West Haven. Call Downtown Dental today or visit downtowndentalct.com.
It sounds like
It goes.
it's like a whistle?
No matter what noise your car is making, call Fairfield Moto Works, 203-333-1800. Specializing in Audi, BMW, Mercedes, and domestics, it's honest, reliable repairs at low prices. For the mechanic you can trust, call Fairfield Moto Works, 203-333-1800. So when your car goes ping or swoosh, call 203-333-1800. Fairfield Moto Works in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Moto Works.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Before you know about it, she's already talking about it. Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, we had a vote yesterday by the Connecticut Siting Council. By the way, Paul and for Melissa, good morning. We had a vote yesterday by the Connecticut Siting Council that, at least for now, has sent a major project back to the starting line, I guess, this UI monopole project, and UI saying, hey, they want to use these poles between 150 and 200 feet high virtually to run some new power lines they say are vital for the infrastructure here. Well, there was a battle over this, and the Siting Council voting 5-3 finally to say a final no to this version of the monopole project. Now, who knows what happens? One of the people leading the local push against this, the first selectman of the town of Fairfield, Christine Vitale. And she joins us. Christine, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Paul. I'm still riding the high from yesterday's vote.
Yeah, I would imagine you were happy. I thought of you immediately. I thought of other people, Joe Ganim, the mayor of Bridgeport, that you teamed up with. Were you surprised by this? Did you go into yesterday thinking, oh, boy, they're going to approve it? Or did you think this would be the outcome? What was your gut feeling?
I was absolutely surprised. We had filed we had been working through the governor's office. He had been facilitating meetings with us and UI to try to look at alternate routes, and we really had reached an impasse. We had actually, along with Bridgeport, filed a letter with the Siting Council asking for a 6-month delay just to give us more time to discuss other options. The Siting Council voted yesterday to not give us that delay. So once that vote happened, we thought that the vote was not going to go our way and the project was going to move forward. So we were shocked and elated. There was a lot of jumping around and screaming in town hall and phone calls to the many people that played a hand in this decision yesterday.
I'm not asking you to get specific about what was said by whom, but what were the talks over the months on this, Christine? What were they? What were they like? What did it get? Did it get a little snippy? Did UI try to sell their side of it? What were these talks actually like?
UI was very much determined to have the Siting Council take action on this. They felt that they had a plan that met their needs, and were not open at this stage to discussing other routes. We kept on pushing for specifically the benefits of an underground route. That's been Fairfield's position really from the start. And they really weren't willing to engage in a really robust discussion about that option.
What do you think changed? I know you and the mayor of Bridgeport, Joe Ganim, a lot of officials, former and current officials, the governor, as you say. Do you think, and I know it's tough to get into people's minds, but do you think just they said, listen, this is not going to work?
I have to, I don't know, I had no communication with them directly, but I have to just hope that they have been paying attention over the last month. I very much appreciate the governor giving us a 1-month extension. They were scheduled to vote back in September because over the last month, grassroots organization, I have to give a huge shout out to Snetty and Southport. They first rang the warning bell on this project and have been mobilizing the public from the very beginning, as well as organizations, our churches, both in Fairfield, Southport, and Bridgeport. I think just hearing from the public and hearing personal stories from property owners, from churches, from the Barnum Museum, from the library, and small businesses, and real impact this is going to have to these communities, I think it resonated with the Siting Council members. They appreciated that this is a decision that was going to be not impacting our residents here today, but future generations to come.
The guest is Christine Vitale, the first selectman of the town of Fairfield. Sorry, Christine, just wanted to reestablish this. And we're talking about, in case you're just joining us, folks, that 5-3 vote yesterday by the Connecticut Siting Council against the plan by UI to erect what are called monopoles, very tall poles, 150 to 200 feet tall, to expedite upgrades of the power grid, high-powered lines here. Now, Christine, did they leave you the impression here from what happened? Do you think, and I know it's tough to know unless they've told you, is there going to be a resubmission now by Avangrid and UI with a different monopole angle here, or will they now, do you think, as they said, well, we can do this, but it's a lot more expensive, do you think they come back with a plan here to bury these lines? Have you heard anything as to what the next step might be?
I have not heard anything. What they're thinking the next step will be, I imagine they'll probably resubmit some sort of plan. I don't know when that will happen. They also submitted a letter to the Siting Council asking them to move forward with the vote yesterday. So they were pretty confident that it was going to go their way, which I understand based on the straw poll vote that happened, a couple months ago. Mm-hmm. But I don't know what the next step is for them. We're waiting. We're going to continue to advocate for our communities and stand hand in hand with Bridgeport. And if this moves forward, we're ready to continue this fight. But for today, we're just very, very thankful that our community came together with Bridgeport, and it truly was a team effort from our residents all the way up to our top elected officials.
Okay, and finally, did they give you or anybody in the town any sense that if they went with the buried cable plan, where that would be? Would it be along generally the same route? I'm sure there may be concerns there as well. Did they give any inkling as to what that plan would look like with specifics or not?
No. I mean, I haven't seen, and we're in legal discussions with this,
Sure.
so I really can't talk about.
Sure.
But I haven't seen what they're thinking for an underground route, because they were very much, as I said, very much tied to the overhead route.
Yeah.
Due to their cost estimates. In some discussions that the town had, thinking that if we could go Route 1 in the roadway, because I know there's concerns with the DOT right of way. But we haven't even gotten that far. We were hoping for more time to discuss other options. We were not granted that time. UI didn't seem to want that time based on the letter they submitted to the Siting Council. And the Siting Council proceeded, and we're thrilled that they heard the voices of our communities.
All right, Christine Vitale, first selectman of the town of Fairfield. Christine, thank you for coming on this morning. We appreciate it. And have a happy weekend. We appreciate it. We'll chat down the road. Thank you.
You as well. Thank you.
Thanks. There you go. Christine Vitale, the first selectman of the town of Fairfield, obviously happy, as are people in Bridgeport, as are some people in Southport. This UI monopole project, for now, in the way it was submitted up until yesterday with the Connecticut Siting Council, seems to be dead. Now, here's the big question. What will UI do? Will they come back with a different plan 4 monopoles? Will they change the height? Will they change the route? Or maybe will they go with an underground, a burial of these lines, which, as the first selectman just said, it brings a whole new row of challenges here. So keeping you up to date, it's Paul in for Melissa. Melissa in the morning on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
It's an ongoing delay southbound on Route 8 in Seymour. Tractor trailer rolled down an embankment, and this happened about 3 a.m. this morning. One lane getting by near the bridge in Seymour. Heavy delays backed up to Beacon Falls, and it's between exits 18 and 17 southbound in Seymour. Parkway right now, it's actually not too bad. A little slow as you come through Norwalk into New Canaan Avenue. Southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike, delays between Bridgeport and Black Rock Turnpike Fairfield, and also in Stamford too. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A bright day on the way under a sunny sky with a high in the low 60s. Mainly clear this evening and overnight in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
Well, not this morning. No, I'm kidding. It's a Melissa in the Morning program. It always is Monday through Friday, 5 to 10 right here. WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and of course online, voiceofct.com. It's Paul in for Melissa. Melissa with a day off. She'll be back on Monday. There you go. This afternoon, some of the best of my program and our pal Eric Erickson beginning at 2, all right? Fran in Stratford's on the phone. Fran, good morning. How are you? What's up?
I'm well, but I'm so upset about these poles that they're putting in. I'm up here by James Farm Road, and the forest is right down the road here. We have a big forest in Stratford. Anyway, they're putting them all in the swamp down there, which but it's so close. There's a house down there where you would put your garage. They put a pole.
Okay.
Now, I cannot imagine it was on their property. They must have got money for it or something.
Well, that does happen, Fran. There's for example, there's a farm right near where I live, and right smack, Fran, in the middle of the farm is a big, and I mean big, a big cell phone tower. And I'm sure if they come to you, Fran, they wave a check in front of your face. You're going to do it.
Well, they would have not got away with it with me. I'm up the road a bit, and I hang on to this dirt, and nobody's coming on it.
I don't know, Fran. You and I have talked about this before. Somebody one day, and I know you want to keep it in the family, but somebody's going to wave a nice fat check in your face one day. And
well, I don't know what's going to work and what isn't going to work because our family is pretty tight.
Yeah.
But at any rate, I made a trust. So
good. Yes.
When they said, money, we'd get they'd offered me a big piece of change for this, let me tell you.
Yeah, you told me in your property. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather be on bread and water.
God bless you. Listen, Fran, it's good. So what else in Stratford, Fran? Anything else the listeners need to know about this morning?
Well, mainly those poles. That's the main thing. Otherwise, it seems to be going. Well, they're building on every piece of property that they can get. Like up here, there we have the Nemergut property, big piece. They're chopping it all up, you know.
Well, that's because Stratford's the center of the universe. That's what I hear, Fran. Is that true?
No. I am 1 mile from Shelton, and I wish I was in Shelton.
Oh, Mayor Loretti. Oh, thanks, Fran. Appreciate the call, boy. Our buddy Mayor Loretti in Shelton. He's going to hey, Mayor, good morning. You hear that? Fran in Stratford says she wishes she was in your city. We're all kidding. It's all good. But, Fran is a caller in the afternoon, too. Interesting thought, though. That and again, Fran, it's interesting how Fran answered that because she's always said she's going to do her darndest to keep the big chunk of property she has in her family's name. She has a trust, which is good. So who knows how that's set up with her kids and her grandkids. But think about think about the people who insist that. And God bless them. You have pieces of property that are in families or businesses that are handed down year over year. And then, the intention is good, but then, some developer comes to you. Everybody has a price. Everybody has a price. Even the ones that say they don't have a price, they probably have a price. One of my old radio bosses, in fact, the first full-time radio job, I worked at a station that was owned by a gentleman out of New Hampshire. I don't want to name names. Good guy, though. I think he passed away a few years ago. Anyway, I forgot what was happening at the station one day. And it's one of these life lessons that I learned because we sat down and we talked about it, and I forgot. And he says, Paul, look. He said, and this is probably true with everybody. He said, with most human beings, he said, unless you're really warped, the thing that you can't put a price on, emotions, love, and your family, and your friends. You don't have a price on personal relationships. So he said, in reality, Paul, he goes, every single thing I have is for sale, except my wife and kids and my family members. That's it. He said, now, it doesn't mean I'm going to sell anything to you on first blush. But he would always he'd say, make me an offer. You want to buy this radio station? Make me an offer. You like my car? Yeah, it's nice. I like it. But he goes, if a guy came up to me and said, well, I'll give you XYZ for the car, and it's $20,000 over what it's worth, of course you're going to sell it. Or most people would. But yeah, I mean, you have power companies, utilities, cell phone companies saying, hey, man, we're kind of in a bad cell spot here, and your farm or your backyard or your piece of property is, man, we could put a tower up here, and you'd be doing us a favor, and you'd be doing the area a favor. So what do you think? Me? I would say amen. Even if that cell tower, even if it's anchored in the middle of my living room, put it in there. Maybe not that. Well, you never know. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. So, yeah, I mean, think about it. You everybody has their price. Now, the price may be something unrealistic, but eventually everybody will sell. And there's nothing wrong with that. Because you have a piece of land or you have a home or whatever, and you start, some people start to say, well, I'm older and whatever, and if I get all this money and then I can leave it to my kids or my grandkids or my great-grandkids. So if something generates or results in what they call generational wealth, well, guess what? Most people in the end are going to say, it's property, it's nice, but, or as Fran said, she's got it set up. In other words, everything you have has value, even to those you love. The only thing you can't put a value on are, in fact, those friends and family members and acquaintances that you hold near and dear to yourself. All right, on the 6th is traffic and weather together. It's Paul in for Melissa. Melissa in the morning right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Route 8 southbound really heavy into Seymour between exits 18 and 17. Tractor trailer rolled down an embankment. We've got one lane open there and a very heavy delay back from Beacon Falls into Seymour right near the bridge. So just be aware that's going to be very slow. Also on Route 25 north and southbound Monroe near Botsford Hill, we're looking at a crash that is blocking both lanes alternately. Southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike, slow in Stamford, and it's slow Norwalk into New Canaan on the Parkway. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A bright day on the way under a sunny sky with a high in the low 60s. Mainly clear this evening and overnight in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Bring your furry friends to Paws in the Park, a Halloween bash. Join Bridgeport Animal Control tomorrow from 12 to 4 at Post Office Square, 1160 Main Street in downtown Bridgeport. Enjoy a pet costume contest and parade, beer garden, pub cup bar, food, shopping, music, demonstrations, and more, all to support the Bridgeport Animal Shelter. It's Paws in the Park, and your leashed, vaccinated, well-behaved dogs are welcome. Learn more at colorfulbridgeport.com or BPT Animal Shelter on Facebook.
Having the right winter tire matters, so take control of the roads this winter with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire. Town Fair has the region's largest inventory of Bridgestone tires, all at the guaranteed lowest prices you'll find anywhere. And with 100 locations, you'll find a Town Fair near you. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone Blizzak tires and the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
We don't want you on our team.
You're not the right fit for this job.
You're too slow and fast.
Don't you care how you look?
Weight bias hurts. Go to stopweightbias.com. A public service message from Obesity Action Coalition.
WICC. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is the CBS World News Roundup, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump is moving on from the war in Gaza to the war in Ukraine. He hosts President Zelensky at the White House a day after a lengthy phone conversation with Vladimir Putin. Correspondent Nancy Cordes.
After speaking with Russian President Vladimir Putin for 2.5 hours yesterday, he has agreed to another meeting with him.
Within 2 weeks or so, pretty quick.
It'll be the second one-on-one this year for President Trump and Vladimir Putin. This time, they'll meet in the Hungarian capital of Budapest, hosted by strongman Viktor Orban.
The president is now suggesting he may not sell Ukraine U.S.-made Tomahawk missiles that can reach deep inside Russia. John Bolton, who served as President Trump's national security advisor during his first term, then got fired and wrote a tell-all, has been indicted on charges of mishandling classified documents. Former federal prosecutor Tom Dupree.
This indictment is definitely much more substantial than the indictments we saw against Jim Comey and Tish James. It paints a picture, allegedly, of a defendant who is careless with classified information, with information concerning the national defense.
There's severe weather headed to the nation's midsection. CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano.
This is the same system that hit California just a couple of days ago. The tail end of this is going to cause some severe weather today, Oklahoma City to Tulsa. But the big show, I think, comes tomorrow. Little Rock, look out. Memphis for you as well. Nashville, severe winds. large hail, and the possibility for tornadoes as well. Along with that, some heavy rain with this.
High hopes for ski season in California's Sierra Nevada mountains. They got up to 2 feet of snow. Instagram's just unveiled new safety features for teenagers. Correspondent Michael Wallace has the details.
The changes, which will be rolled out early next year, will address growing concerns about the impact of AI chatbots, which have been blamed for some recent child suicides. Instagram will offer more parental controls over how teens use its chatbots and its AI characters. The app will also limit chatbot conversations on topics like self-harm, eating disorders, and sex. Last year, Instagram announced teen accounts would be private by default to protect them from predators.
Moments of agony for a mom who called 911 in Brevard County, Florida, after someone stole her car at a gas station with her 1-year-old inside.
My car! 911, where's your emergency? No! That's my car! I don't care! It's about to tell you my kid's in there! I don't care! Ma'am, what's the address where you need help?
Before she could answer,
He brought my car back.
the thief had returned after realizing there was a baby in the car seat. The mom says William Mullis apologized to her before he was arrested. Dow futures down 48. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
WICC 695.9. Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A surprising but gratifying decision was made by the Connecticut Siting Council yesterday as they voted down United Illuminating's proposal to install 200-foot electric monopoles along the Metro North line through Southport, Fairfield, and Bridgeport. The proposal had been met with vehement resistance from residents and elected officials and was even denounced by the governor, who previously urged the Siting Council to postpone a vote while negotiations with the utility company continued. Following yesterday's vote, State Senator Tony Wong said that this will be an opportunity for the community to have more input on how the project continues going forward.
This is not about stopping progress. This is about doing it right and getting an opportunity for transparency, accountability, fact gathering, and verification. Really about due process.
Costa Diamantis testified at his corruption trial yesterday that he never collected bribes while working as deputy state budget director. The former head of Governor Lamont's school construction grants office is accused of soliciting bribes from contractors in exchange for lucrative school jobs. Diamantis says he collected fees from some contractors, but they were not bribes. Diamantis still faces cross-examination by prosecutors and could receive decades in prison if convicted on all charges. The state has found that Bridgeport Public Schools violated the rights of students with disabilities by not providing adequate staffing. The state findings are in response to a complaint that was filed by the nonprofit law group, the Center for Children's Advocacy. The state is requiring Bridgeport to develop a plan to provide additional instruction to compensate students who were denied services for months or longer. Bridgeport is also ordered to take other corrective measures. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
All right, right you are, John, and John's update right here on the Melissa in the Morning program this time around. Once again, brought to you by the Stanford Center for the Arts. Hey, don't miss the dynamic duo from the 80s, Air Supply Live, this Saturday, Palace Theater in Stanford. Get your tickets to Air Supply now before they're all out of love. PalaceStanford.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Slow southbound Route 8 Seymour. Tractor trailer went down the embankment right near the bridge, and that's between exits 18 and 17 southbound. Right lane is knocked out, and we do have heavy delays from Beacon Falls all the way down. Slow on the Connecticut Turnpike from Stamford. Delays in New Canaan into Stamford on the Parkway. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny sky through this afternoon with a high in the low 60s and a breeze out of the north. Mainly clear this evening and overnight with a low in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
This is where Milford starts the day. Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, good morning. How is everybody? At 8:07, make it 8:08. It's Paul and for Melissa on the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program right here on WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and of course online, voiceofct.com. Melissa back on Monday. Sunny, breezy today in the low 60s. Paul Pioric says. We'll get another check of the forecast coming up in about 7 or 8 minutes here on the 6s right here on WICC. 46 right now. Yeah, a little chilly this morning. A little chilly last night, too. Well, it is October. It's almost, you could say, I guess we're past the 15th. Is that almost November? I don't know. Just to update you here, one of the big stories, of course, you've heard about it on the national news here, and it has the potential to, according to the White House, affect 500-600 people here in the state. The ongoing government shutdown goes on. This is day 17. Once again, the Senate failing, according to this version I'm giving you here from CBS News. The U.S. Senate failing to advance a Republican bill that would extend the government funding and end the shutdown. They took their 10th vote on this yesterday in the Senate. The the bill actually passed a move as far as a cloture vote, but it didn't pass by the requisite 60 votes. So before any, and you probably know this, but just because I have a lot of people saying to me, well, I don't get it. What's this 60 vote thing? Well, again, to pass anything in Congress, including a continuing resolution to keep the government functioning, you don't, the House is a simple majority. All you need is majority, like 50% plus one of the House. The Senate's more complicated because the way the Senate was set up with the modern filibuster and the founding fathers giving filibuster power to the minority party. And the minority party there should be some way, no matter who is the majority, Democrats or Republicans, you have to have a way in at least one chamber in the U.S. Senate. Particularly, not so much in the House, but in the Senate, there needs to be a way where the minority party can object. Now, the question is that being abused? That probably depends on what side of the aisle you're on. But just so you know, they took another vote yesterday, and it did pass a motion to end the debate and go to a final vote on this, passed, but it only passed 51-45. You need 60 votes in the Senate, 6-0. So you would need 51 Republicans or 52, so you need that plus 7 or 8 more, or 8 or 9 more to get to 60. That's not happening so far. And again, you may be asking, well, what's the big deal about keeping the government running? Well, the controversy here, as we've talked about on the afternoon show, are tax subsidies for people mainly who use the Affordable Care Act, ACA or Obamacare. I think Obamacare is flip. I like to say the Affordable Care Act by the name it actually is. And you had extensions and bolstering of these tax subsidies during the Biden years that are set to sunset or go away. So the Democrats in the Senate are saying, hey, we will not sign on to anything to keep the government open unless the Republicans also incorporate into that bill and take us seriously on these tax subsidies and other subsidies for those who use, again, colloquially called Obamacare, but it's actually the Affordable Care Act. So that continues to be the holdup. Neither side seems to be backing down. The White House seems to be dug in now because, as I mentioned on the afternoon show, there have been 2 or 3 surveys, 2 or 3 polls are now over the past couple of weeks that across all these surveys, good number of them, the public, at least in these surveys, there's been about a 3 to 5 point swing in favor of the White House. So the Trump White House messaging, whether you like it or not on this, seems to be starting to work. But again, you get to a scenario here, and the longer you wait, it's not, I said this the other day, it's kind of the reverse when you think about it, of a union labor problem, where you both have to come to an agreement on this, and generally in a labor negotiation, you will tick off, okay, we settled that, and we settled this, let's give a little on this and give a little of that, because both the workers, union or non-union, and a business owner, they know that the bottom line is profit. And the more a strike goes on in the private sector, it's going to erode profit for the business owner and the stockholders, and it's going to erode workers getting paid. But now you have the opposite here in a political sense. Think about this, where the erosion here is what you want to happen to the other side. So there's really no concrete pressure of losing money and losing profits as you would have in a labor situation in this situation here. Because there's no real concrete currency here. It's all influence. It's all selling the message. It's all selling the narrative. The Senate also voted on advancing a long-term appropriations bill to fund the Pentagon. That effort also failed to reach the 60 votes. And you're getting a handful of Democrats voting with the Republicans here, but it's not enough. So, again, the holdup here is that, and you may agree with this, you may not agree with this. I'm not telling you what to think or not, but if you're wondering, well, what's the holdup here? This all goes back to tax subsidies and other funding for the Affordable Care Act, as some people refer to as Obamacare. And there are people I've been reading on the Democratic side who say, hey, this is our moment here because we have the midterms coming up in about a year. If we're going to pick a fight here, this is the one we can pick and possibly win. You don't know. Now, look, it's going to have to eventually end, but at what point? Who knows? I think the longest ever government shutdown was 30 days, I think. I'm not sure. Traffic and weather together right here. It's Paul in for Melissa on the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
The stop and go still continues southbound in Seymour on Route 8. Scene of an overturned tractor trailer went down the embankment right near the bridge between 18 and 17 southbound in Seymour Route 8. We got one lane open and a backup starting now Naugatuck down. Slow ride on the Connecticut Turnpike and through Norwalk and also Stamford. Delays New Canaan into Stamford on the Merritt Parkway. Sponsored by RD Cinto. If you move your office to an RD Cinto property, your employees will value coming to work. Learn more at Cinto.com. You deserve it. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Good morning, everybody. A veritable nip in the air this morning. We had readings in the 30s inland, lower 40s by the water. Right now we're at 46 in Bridgeport. We're in the lower 40s north of the Merritt, 42 in Wilton, 43 in Seymour along Route 8. We'll be nearing 60 later this afternoon, and not as windy as yesterday, which is good news. We had wind gusts in the neighborhood of 30 miles an hour yesterday afternoon. Our barometer is on the way up, 2996, and we do have a north wind right now at about 10. It will be a sunny day with a high of 60, a lighter north wind during the afternoon. Overnight, we have a frost advisory inland north of the Merritt, so be aware of that. Lower 30s inland near 40 by the water. Saturday, sunny with a high in the low to mid-60s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Showers move in by Sunday night. They'll end early on Monday, clearing midday Monday with a high in the mid-60s and back to sun by midweek. Right now we have readings in the 40s, a lighter breeze out of the north, shooting for a high of 60 later this afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
The kids have their costumes, but they can't wait for Halloween or for all that candy. So don't. Join WICC and Goodwill of Western and North Connecticut for Trick or Treat Day, Saturday, October 18 at Sacred Heart University's Discovery Science Center and Planetarium in Bridgeport. Come dressed up for activities, live performances, character meet and greets, and of course, candy. Limited tickets available now at voiceofct.com. From Shelton to Southport, from Newtown to New Canaan, if it affects Fairfield County, it's on the Voice of Connecticut. Back to Melissa in the morning on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everyone at, let's see, 819? All right, make it 820. 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. I checked here, and the longest government shutdown on record was in the first Trump term, Trump 1.0. It went from December 21 of 2018 to January 25th of 2019. And again, if this does end up costing jobs, which people say it might be illegal. The White House is saying some 500 jobs, maybe, might be, could be, might be eliminated in Connecticut, but nobody really knows that. 203-333-9422. Looking at this list, and by the way, there has been a tangible loss of at least one event. The Marine Corps band that was supposed to come in, when was it? Last week, yeah, heading up to the Columbus Day weekend. That was supposed to play a couple of shows at the Klein Memorial, the newly renovated Klein now, new offices there, improvements, including an elevator for folks who can't use stairs. Those dates are going to have to be rescheduled. So the current government shutdown is at 14 days. The longest one was 34 days in 2018 and 2019. There was a shutdown of 21 days back in the Clinton years, December of 1995 till January of 1996. There was one that ran 16 days during one of the Obama terms, September of 2013 to October of 2013. Most of them have been a day here and there, although back in 1978, which would have been in the Jimmy Carter years. You had one of 17 days. The earliest one back in September of 1976. So there you go. It's all for, listen, a lot of this is all for the sake of scoring political points, and we'll see how that shakes out. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. As you've also heard, this story is, and I'm not laughing at anybody involved here. This is serious stuff. I understand that. But the trial that's actually going on in Bridgeport right now, but there's no live video of it. God, I wish this was on CTN or somewhere. The Costa Diamantis trial, and we've been talking about it here on the morning show and the afternoon show with me and Lisa in the midday. A gentleman who used to work in the Lamont Budget Office, used to be a state legislator, and used to be the head of an office that handles school construction and reconstruction and renovations in the state on a state level because of state money being involved and grants and all that. Costa Diamantis is underway in Bridgeport. John has had stuff on that all morning. I gotta give them credit. Them being the defense side, our old friend Norm Pattis is defending Mr. Diamantis. It's creative if nothing else. After the prosecution presented its case, which I think took 6 or 7 days of court testimony, of course, the prosecution saying, well, hey, you have all these people coming up under oath saying, well, yeah, I took cash for this, or I had to allegedly hand over what are being termed, I guess, allegedly in court and testimony as bribes. You know how this stuff works. Hey, where's my kickback? All of this is alleged. Well, I just had a smile yesterday to see the defense of, and again, this is all innocent till proven guilty, right? Everybody gets their day in court. But the fact that now what one side calls bribes, the other side in court, the defense led by Norm Pattis, is saying, well, no, these are fees. Isn't that great? These aren't bribes. There are just fees involved here. That's all. Just fees. Everything is, I know, listen, this is, for a little work somebody did. Hey, now, the fact that earlier in the trial we're finding out that envelopes full of cash are being kind of exchanged at, I guess, donut restaurants. They said one exchange, if you haven't been following this, one exchange of cash, of envelope stuffed with cash, took place in a men's room at a rather Tony Hartford restaurant. So, like I said earlier, I don't like these gory cases, these, murder and manslaughter cases. What's going on right now is what I really like, a good corruption case, right? Come on. Who's getting, allegedly, I know, who's getting money? Who's getting paid? Everybody has a price. Like I said, my old boss said, everybody's got a price. Be $5,000 for this, $10,000 for this. Oddly enough, I had a great time at the Columbus Day Parade last Sunday, but oddly enough, nobody gave me any envelopes of cash. No money. Nothing was... no money. I was hoping some money would be thrown at me. I mean, come on. No coins, no nothing. It was a great walk and met a lot of nice people there. People love the radio station, but geez, nobody paid my fees. Traffic and weather together. It's Paul in for Melissa on the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Southbound on the Wilbercross Parkway, we have delays approaching the West Rock Tunnel back to Dixwell Avenue in Hamden. That's a two-car crash, and that is blocking one lane. Southbound to Route 8, status quo. Seymour, it's a rolled over tractor-trailer down an embankment right near the bridge in Seymour between exits 18 and 17. Right lane is blocked. Very heavy backup through there. Stop and go on the Parkway in Trumbull, also in through New Canaan, in a slow ride Darien to Stamford on the Connecticut Turnpike southbound. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A bright day on the way under a sunny sky with a high in the low 60s. Mainly clear this evening and overnight in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Dine out for half price. Go to voiceofct.com, click on the Sweet Deal banner. Over 30 great local restaurants offering $50 gift cards for only $25. Voiceofct.com, click on the Sweet Deal banner. Restaurants include Pepe's Pizza, Vazzi's, Mill Pond Catering, Jacob's Pickles, Zuka, Twisted Vine, Gusto, Dino's Seafood, Joseph's Steakhouse, Melting Pot Twin Pines, The Landing, and more. Buy restaurant gift cards at half price at voiceofct.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S. Ethos.com/Mike.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from the Town Fair Tire Studios. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire.
These are real stories of speech-language pathologists and the people they helped. He was in his 30s.
55 and far from home.
15 years old with multiple disabilities.
It was a traumatic brain injury.
He's bilingual but lost his English after the stroke.
Several surgeries led to his swallowing disorder.
His goal was to get back to work.
I used French during therapy.
Others almost gave up on the goal of him eating.
Oh, he was dedicated.
Together, we built his life back.
Social interaction was the key to helping him.
And he made it back to work.
When he ate, his friends cheered.
Everyone has the right to communicate.
And later, he was able to travel across the world to his family.
Are you or someone you know experiencing a speech, language, or swallowing disorder? An ASHA-certified speech-language pathologist can help. Visit us at asha.org/public.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump says after his upcoming separate meetings with Ukraine's President Zelensky and Russia's President Putin, he's hoping to get them together.
We'll meet and talk to parties, but this is a terrible relationship the two of them have, and it's one of those things.
John Bolton, national security advisor in Trump's first term, is now under federal indictment charged with mishandling classified material. CBS's Bradley Blackburn.
The 26-page indictment charges Bolton with 18 criminal counts, alleging the transmission of national defense information and retention of national defense information.
The average price of a new car is at a record high.
Americans are paying more than $50,000 on average for a new car. The affordability issue goes beyond just the sticker price. Auto loan interest rates and insurance premiums have drivers struggling to make payments.
CBS Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Early voting begins on Monday, and today is the deadline to register online or by mail. The early voting period in Connecticut begins October 20th and runs through November 2nd, and those who wish to register in advance must do so by today. Registration is available online, and any forms sent by mail must be postmarked by today's date. If you're unable to do so, voter registration will still be available at early voting locations. WWE co-founder Vince McMahon has been granted accelerated rehabilitation for his reckless driving case. McMahon was charged after a July crash on the Merritt Parkway in Stamford that police say happened as he was excessively speeding in his Bentley. McMahon appeared in Stamford Superior Court yesterday, where his attorney says the wrestling maven has reached out to the victims in the case to apologize. There were no injuries in the crash, and neither driver involved objected to McMahon entering the diversion program. The 29-year-old mother of 12-year-old Jacqueline Torres Garcia is charged with the child's death. According to police, the girl was killed last fall in Farmington, and her body was kept in a plastic container until it was found last week in a storage bin at an abandoned house in New Britain. Carla Garcia is charged with her daughter's murder. Her boyfriend, Jonathan Nanita, and her sister, Jacqueline Garcia, also face charges. Police believe the child had suffered prolonged physical abuse and malnutrition. Video has been released of the ICE operation at a Hamden car wash where 8 people were detained. The video shows ICE agents arriving in unmarked vehicles and storming the Dixwell Ave car wash on Wednesday, taking male and female workers into custody. Hamden Mayor Lauren Garrett says the actions taken by the administration and ICE are deplorable and disgusting. At a press conference attended by Channel 3, Garrett says those taken into custody had children in town schools, and officials had to scramble to make sure they were cared for after the arrests.
One of my biggest concerns is that there was a mother and a father who were taken. Their children are in school. We don't know which community. We don't know how to contact that school.
And the federal government shutdown could cost the UConn women's basketball team a trip overseas. The national champion Huskies are scheduled to travel to Germany for the Armed Forces Classic on November 4th against Louisville. The shutdown has led to an end of communication between the air base in Germany and event host ESPN, making it impossible to arrange the transportation of equipment for the game. If the shutdown is not over by Monday, the game will be moved to a Navy base in Washington, D.C. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
All right, you are John. John sponsored this time around by M.J. Thomas Jewelers. Hey, looking to buy or sell gold? Visit M.J. Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert advice and great deals and great service. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist you with all of your gold needs. Check them out. Visit mjthomas.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Right lane still closed southbound in Seymour between exits 18 and 17. Overturned tractor trailer that overturned down the embankment right near the bridge in Seymour. That has got the right lane blocked, and it's a slow ride from Naugatuck all the way down. And if you're traveling on the Parkway right now, you'll find it heavy in New Canaan. Stop and go traffic. West Haven southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike approaching 43, and then in Stamford too. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny sky through this afternoon with a high in the low 60s and a breeze out of the north. Mainly clear this evening and overnight with a low in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Legends of Fear, now open for our 29th year of haunting. Ride our haunted hayride or walk the Hallow Trail and visit Melonhead Revenge. Enjoy up to 90 minutes of terror at our farm. Real farm, real woods, real fear. Legends of Fear is the best in outdoor haunting. Buy your tickets now at legendsoffear.com, a nationally ranked top haunt. Bring your family for an exciting night of outdoor adventure. Visit legendsoffear.com. That's legendsoffear.com.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
Experience the future of luxury with the all-new electric Escalade IQ, now available at Cadillac of Greenwich. Standard with hands-free driver assistance technology, the Escalade IQ offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort with the longest range of any EV SUV. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic Cadillac Electric Escalade IQ. Iconic moments drive superior hospitality at Cadillac of Greenwich. Let's take the Cadillac.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Live, local, and free. Wherever and however you listen. It's Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
What do you mean free? I'm not getting paid for this? I'm kidding. Yes, WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and of course online, voiceofct.com. All live, local, and free. No monthly bill here. All right, we'll get back to open phones momentarily. We'll do that at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Whenever I shift back to the morning show here, we have this gentleman. I make him get up a little early. You know, he may be a morning guy, I don't know, but Chris Caruso usually joins me every Friday in the afternoon about 5:15 to talk about all things Connecticut and all things Bridgeport. Mr. Caruso, good morning, sir. How are you today?
Good morning, Paul, and happy weekend.
Happy weekend. And Chris, once again, thank you folks so much for inviting me to be the honorary Grand Marshal at the parade last Sunday. I had a hoot. I had got my steps in. I had got my good 1 hour walk in, and it was a fun day, Chris, and the weather actually held off toward the end.
Exactly right, Paul. The only thing we had to cancel was the Feast of St. Francis at the end of the parade because of the weather, but the parade rolled on 117 years, and we hold the parade, rain or shine, to continue the tradition so we don't break that, tradition. In this case, 117 years. And it was so good to meet you, Paul. You know, prior to the parade, we have our pre-central at Nick's Diner up on Madison Avenue. It was really great to meet you and Dean, and we're so happy you agreed to be the honorary Grand Marshal, and you had your sash, and you were all set. You had your sign on the car, and people got to see it, so it was really cool.
And oddly enough, people didn't throw anything at me, Chris, which is good, but you never know. I got to maybe I'm not doing my job. Hey, Chris, before we move along to the siding council vote yesterday, because I know that's something we've talked about, I did get a question here. Somebody knew that you were going to come on, and they I guess they had heard you in the past talk about this. They're seeing some construction activity, I guess, Chris, at the north end, the old Stop and Shop thing, and I know we had talked about that a lot for the zoning. Any idea what might be going on there or not? What's the status on that? Do we know?
Paul, the person who bought the property, excuse me, was supposed to build 1,000 units of self-storage. And, the city took it to court. We fought it at a zoning meeting, and the judge ruled against the city. And so the owner was allowed to build them. But then I heard the owner ran into some financial problems.
Mm-hmm.
The city had to clean up the property because the owner wasn't doing it. And then the city placed a lien against the property.
Ooh.
So that when it was sold, that whatever the city paid in cleanup costs would be, received back again by the city. And then from what I understood, that the owner sold the property to another concern or entity. What they're doing there, we don't know. It was zoned for, frankly, it was permitted for storage units.
Mm.
So, in order to change that, they'd have to go back before zoning to make the change. However, the zone, unfortunately, and this is what we've been fighting against the master plan for the city, it allows entertainment, it allows storage units, a myriad of commercial development. So at this point, I can't tell you what they're going to be building there.
Mm-hmm.
I would only think that it would probably be the storage units. And in this case, 1,000 storage units is what they had gotten approval for, which is unheard of, 1,000 individual storage units. But that's what was being planned. We had asked the city, and we encouraged the city to see if that property could be bought, and then that would have been great for senior housing. We talked about a veteran center because the one the city has is very small and not as accommodating based on the space. So we tried all avenues for it. But when it went to court, the judge ruled against us basically because the city had a master plan of development or zoning regulations,
Mm-hmm.
and that the developer was in conformity to that based on those plans. So unfortunately, I don't have an answer,
Okay.
but I would think it's probably going to be storage units.
And you're saying that, just to make sure we understand here, so if somebody, this second or third owner, if they want to do anything other than that, they would have to get that rezoned? Is that what would happen?
Well, no. See, it's already zoned for
commercial
commercial
Oh, I
development.
get it. Yeah.
So what they would have to do is present a plan as to what they wanted to do.
Uh-huh.
I don't know that if that has to go back to zoning.
Okay.
It may just be through the zoning office.
All right.
But my thought was, I think they would probably stick with storage units. For years we've been fighting that storage units should be in commercial zones, not within residential communities.
Yeah.
But the city opened it up now where you could build basically a storage unit anywhere in the city, which is problematic because all it does is puts pressure on residential communities where it shouldn't be. Commercial, in my opinion, should be separated out from residential.
Yeah.
Now, you have, for example, where we were on Saturday or Sunday, I should say, there was a small strip mall, and that makes sense because you have to support the neighborhood or the residents. But big commercial development should be in commercial zones.
Sure. Chris, the big story, of course, and I had Christine Vitale on, the first selectman of Fairfield, on earlier in the show. She said she was surprised that the Siting Council voted against this monopole plan that would have gone through parts of Bridgeport and Southport and Fairfield. 5-3 vote. It doesn't end the plan, but in this form, it's not going to go forward. Did that Siting Council vote, Chris? Did that surprise you or not?
It didn't, Paul, because, I think public output in the sense of protest and the elected officials, both communities, I think has an impact. I do believe that commissioners listen to that. I know in local zoning when me and constituents have opposed something and, we've raised some really good issues and concerns, zoning has usually followed through on what the neighborhood wanted and, where people live. And I think that's the case here. Now, I know UI is questioning, how 3 people changed their vote and why they changed it. And that argument could have been used by the residents, when the Siting Council approved it, right? They could say, well, how could you first deny it, then you approve it? So I think the commissioners probably, in my opinion, heard what the neighbors were saying, heard what the city officials were saying. Mm-hmm. It was a really unified effort between Bridgeport and Fairfield, and it was bipartisan. You had, Democratic, Republican legislators coming together, working against this, and I think that's always strong. I think it's critically important that people go out and protest things in a fair, nonviolent way at zoning meetings and so forth. And many times commissioners hear that and will usually side with the people who live in those communities.
Yeah.
And and in turn, UI is now saying that they don't support putting into these power lines underground because of the cost. Well, that was the same argument, Paul, when I was fighting to clean up the power plant in Bridgeport and the other 5 throughout the state. The cost to put on scrubbers, which are the devices that when the smoke comes up the stack, the scrubbers clean out a lot of the toxic heavy metals that would get into the air.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that case.
Right? Yeah, it was like Sooty 6, and we finally cleaned them up. But the argument was, we can't afford it. Well, they ended up putting $90 million retrofit of the plant, which helped considerably the people who live near the plant that would be affected by the residue. So, it can be done, and I think hopefully UI will find a way to do it. It just makes more sense than cutting through neighborhoods and so forth. You saw what happened with the highway years ago.
Yeah.
95 building in really dense neighborhoods. We destroyed churches, we destroyed properties. Bridgeport in particular was so divided because of it. But there's ways you can do it, and I think the pressure has to be on for UI to look at those ways to do it.
Absolutely. Chris Caruso. Chris, thank you for getting up early. We appreciate it. Have a happy weekend, and we'll chat next week, my friend. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Paul.
Appreciate it. Chris Caruso there, former Democratic state rep, Bridgeport, former mayoral candidate. So there you go. So to that person that sent me the text, thank you. And Chris says that that Stop and Shop site, which I know we've been talking about for 2 or 3 years, apparently there will be storage units there, 1,000 of them. How about that? It's Paul and for Melissa. Melissa in the morning right here on a Friday on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Delays on the Turnpike southbound through Darien into Stanford, New Canaan on the Parkway. Slow going coming out of Amden into the West Rock Tunnel. That was an earlier crash just prior to the tunnel. And southbound Route 8, very heavy from Naugatuck into Seymour. Overturned tractor trailer down the embankment near the bridge in Seymour between 18 and 17. Right lane is out and very heavy backups. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny sky through this afternoon with a high in the low 60s and a breeze out of the north. Mainly clear this evening and overnight with a low in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
Thank you, Mr. Announcer. Yes, it's the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program right here, WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and of course online, voiceofct.com. It's the afternoon guy here. Paul and for Melissa here. Got a very nice text message. Hi, Paul. Thank you so much. This is the person that wanted to know about the Stop and Shop property there in the North End. And this person says it should be affordable, and I mean truly affordable senior housing. Well, yeah. But here's the thing, and a lot of us have used them on and off. Storage units, storage facilities are, everybody has stuff they don't have room for. We're natural pack rats, a lot of us. And it's why you see these storage facilities going up all over the place, because if you can get the zoning and just build the thing, it's one of those businesses that is just guaranteed to just churn out money when you think about it. You've got 1 or 2 people in the office, and yeah, they're expensive to build, and with all the security systems and the insurance and, You know, a lot of times it's not just grandma's and grandpa's old stuff you're putting in there. How often, sadly, do we hear about police being called to a storage unit and you find just grisly stuff there? Or, and I'm not pointing fingers at anybody, but, they're used to store stolen items, guns, drugs. Hey, nobody's going to look here. So, yeah, there is kind of for some, unscrupulous operators, yeah, sometimes the storage units are like, yeah. But for most people, I mean, you talk about a business that, man, I would give a second thought to if I had to do it all over again and do something inside a storage unit. My God. I know a couple of guys that turned their restaurants that they were making maybe 4, 5, 6% profit on into storage units. And they're printing money. I would say they're doing else. They're blanking money, but it's a family show. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know what else is like that too? The other business I wish I had gotten into. Well, 2 businesses, honestly. Parking lots. I mean, come on. Is there even better than storage places? Is there a better business than a parking lot? Honestly, that's got to be the greatest business on the planet. What's better? You can automate the whole thing. You hire maybe, if it's a 24-hour lot, you've got 3 employees, three 8-hour shifts. And what are you playing up? With all due respect, pardon me, bad coffee. Won't say where I got it. But think about this. If now who knows, you have your insurance costs and property taxes and everything. I understand that. but if you have one person on duty, and I would never want to run an unattended lot, but think about it. You've got 3 people here, 3 8-hour shifts. What are you paying them? 40? Even if you're paying them $50,000 a year, which is probably pretty good for a parking lot attendant, that's $150,000. That's it. Yeah, I know you have utilities and lighting and everything, but people are coming in, they're putting their cars there, their vehicles, their RVs, and they're handing you money, and you're doing nothing. Hey, I want to put my car here, and I'm going to hand you money. Okay. I mean, my God, the airport parking, is there a more, what's the word I'm looking for? Is there a more, I can get what I want to say here. Airport parking, is there a more efficient business? Maybe it's efficient on the planet? Yeah, I know there's other ancillary costs, but I mean, think about whether you're going to JFK or LaGuardia or White Plains or MacArthur or Bradley or TF Green in Providence. I mean, think about it. You're going somewhere to fly somewhere, and I get it. And you're also spending money just to have your car sitting there. And it's just, when you think about it, right? Now, it's wonderful if you have mom, dad, son, daughter, whatever, to drive you to the airport and pick you up. That's great. And I've had that done a couple of times. But man, oh man, airport parking, on-street parking. Have you seen the parking rates in New York and Manhattan? Oh, my God. What's a cheap lot in Manhattan? They say if you can find a lot in New York for $400 a month, $375, $400, $425, it's a good deal. I remember I was offered a full-time job in New York that I didn't take, and one of the perks they were going to give to me, and they were very nice in doing this. I thanked them, but things just didn't work out. Well, we'll give you a parking space. And I said, well, that's kind of cool, like a parking space in Midtown Manhattan. And they said, and then the second half of the sentence was, at the preferred executive rate. And I said, what does that mean? And they said, well, the proximity was good to the building. And they said, well, the usual rate for this lot for anybody who's not a preferred person is like $475 a month. So you get it for only $250, which, okay, if I run the numbers, it would have been another couple, $3,000. I get it. I understand it. But man, oh man, storage units and parking garages and parking lots. If I had to do it all over again, I would still do this. But, man, there'd be somebody watching my parking lot. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Slow on the turnpike southbound Darien to Stamford, New Canaan on the Parkway. The story still continues to be southbound on Route 8. Overturned tractor-trailer down the embankment in Seymour between 18 and 17. Right lane is out. The backup from Naugatuck down. And that is a slow, long, heavy ride. Don't know when this thing is going to be cleared, but it's been there since 3 this morning. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A bright day on the way under a sunny sky with a high in the low 60s. Mainly clear this evening and overnight in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free. October is Customer Appreciation Month at AB's Falafel. Right now, buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free. AB's Falafel in Trumbull serves the freshest and most flavorful falafel, kebabs, salads, and shawarma. During the month of October, buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free. Visit AB's Falafel, 10 Broadway Road, Trumbull, absfalafel.com.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Access to cutting-edge treatment can help make long-term survival possible.
Stand Up to Cancer and the Lust Garden Foundation have teamed up to bring pancreatic cancer clinical trials to those who need them.
For more information, visit pancreaticcancercollective.org.
WICC, the voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez, and we begin with breaking news from Maryland. President Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, has just arrived at a federal courthouse to surrender, a day after he was charged with mishandling classified information. Correspondent Scott McFarland from Washington.
Prosecutors say after Bolton left office, a cyber actor believed to be associated with Iran hacked Bolton's personal email. Trump responded to the charges Thursday.
I think he's a bad guy. Yeah, he's a bad guy. It's too bad, but That's the way it goes.
In a statement, Bolton said his conduct was lawful and the charges are part of Trump's intensive effort to intimidate his opponents to ensure that he alone determines what is said about his conduct.
President Trump set to host Ukraine's leader Volodymyr Zelensky at the White House a day after he spoke to Vladimir Putin by phone. Correspondent Naomi Ruckham.
With Russia launching more attacks ahead of today's meeting, Zelensky is expected to press the president to give Ukraine long-range Tomahawk missiles. The president says he asked Putin about that yesterday.
I did actually say, would you mind if I gave a couple of thousand Tomahawks to your opposition? He didn't like the idea.
The Kremlin says that giving Ukraine Tomahawks could damage prospects for a peaceful settlement.
Tensions still rising between the U.S. and Venezuela. CBS News has learned the U.S. has taken out another boat off the coast, the sixth in more than a month. President Trump claims they were all packed with drugs and headed for the U.S. This week, he acknowledged he'd given the CIA the authority to conduct covert operations inside Venezuela. Anti-Trump No Kings protests are planned across the country again. Correspondent Michael Wallace.
The last rallies were on June 14th, President Trump's birthday. There will be 2,600 protests tomorrow. House Speaker Mike Johnson is calling them Hate America rallies.
The Antifa crowd and the pro-Hamas crowd and the Marxists, they're all going to gather on the mall.
No Kings organizer Leah Greenberg.
Republicans are blaming and smearing millions of Americans who are peacefully protesting because they have run out of excuses for their own failures.
The protests in June were mostly peaceful.
Planning to travel over the holidays? Get a move on. CBS's Chris Van Cleave's at the airport in Phoenix.
Thanksgiving 2024 was the busiest Thanksgiving ever at the nation's airports, records that may be shattered again this year. Booking data looking at 2024 versus 2025 shows holiday trips booked between June 30th and October 8th are up 2.2% for Thanksgiving and nearly 1% for Christmas week.
Dow futures up 31, NAS futures down 80. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
Oil investments involve a high degree of uncertainty and are only suitable for accredited investors. Actual results may vary.
Drill, baby, drill. President Trump has declared a national energy emergency and is making the U.S. oil industry a priority with support for our hardworking oil and gas industry. If you are an SEC-accredited investor and qualified to make at least a $100,000 investment, you can deduct nearly 100% of your investment for this tax year. Call 800-696-5531 now and connect directly to Encore Energy. Encore is a major investor and experienced horizontal well operator in its core area of operations. Don't wait. The clock is ticking and time is running out for this write-off for 2025. Call Encore Energy now at 800-696-5531 and find out how your investment will be tax deductible for 2025 with the potential for lucrative cash flow for years to come. Call 800-696-5531. That's 800-696-5531.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A surprising but gratifying decision was made by the Connecticut Siting Council yesterday as they voted down United Illuminating's proposal to install 200-foot electric monopoles along the Metro North line through Southport, Fairfield, and Bridgeport. The proposal had been met with vehement resistance from residents and elected officials and was even denounced by the governor, who previously urged the Siting Council to postpone a vote while negotiations with the utility company continued. Following yesterday's vote, State Senator Tony Wong said that this will be an opportunity for the community to have more input on how the project continues going forward.
This is not about stopping progress. This is about doing it right and getting an opportunity for transparency, accountability, fact gathering, and verification, really about due process.
Costa Diamantis testified at his corruption trial yesterday that he never collected bribes while working as deputy state budget director. The former head of Governor Lamont's school construction grant office is accused of soliciting bribes from contractors in exchange for lucrative school jobs. Diamantis says he collected fees from some contractors, but they were not bribes. Diamantis still faces cross-examination by prosecutors and could receive decades in prison if convicted on all charges. The state has found that Bridgeport Public Schools violated the rights of students with disabilities by not providing adequate staffing. The state findings are in response to a complaint that was filed by the nonprofit law group, the Center for Children's Advocacy. The state is requiring Bridgeport to develop a plan to provide additional instruction to compensate students who were denied services for months or longer. Bridgeport is also ordered to take other corrective measures. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Thank you, John. John's News this time around, sponsored by our friends at Brown Roofing, right here on the Melissa in the Morning program, Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Here comes the latest update on Route 8 southbound. More of the same. Overturned tractor-trailer down an embankment in Seymour between exits 18 and 17. The right lane is closed. That has got the backup from Naugatuck down into Seymour. Stop and go in New Canaan on the Parkway and slow in Stamford on the Connecticut Turnpike. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Sunny sky through this afternoon with a high in the low 60s and a breeze out of the north. Mainly clear this evening and overnight with a low in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Step into a storybook fantasy at Sacred Heart University's Discovery Science Center and Planetarium. Join us Friday, October 24th from 7 to 10 p.m. for Treasured Pages, a classic fairy tale ball. This year's Enchanting Masquerade Gala. Step into the story and dress to impress in your favorite fairy tale style. Enjoy a night of magic, music, amazing food, and themed cocktails. Don't miss this magical evening. Treasured Pages, Masquerade Gala. Reserve your tickets now at shudiscovery.org. All proceeds supporting STEAM education for kids and adults.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilo Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilo Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
This is where Shelton starts the day. Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
Hey there, how are you? 908, we'll call it 909. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's Paul in for Melissa right here in the Melissa in the Morning program. Melissa Sheketoff off today. And she is back on Monday. That's how that works. How about that? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You know what today is, besides being, what is this, Friday? The 17th of October. You know what today is? Do you know? Do you? Do you? Huh? National Pasta Day. How about that? National Pasta Day. Now, it's what am I? This is the National Day calendar. While noodles and other forms of pasta are found all over the world, the first reference to pasta, apparently, at least in Italy, dates to what do you think? What are we at now? 2025. So apparently the first reference to pasta here dates back about 900 and change years ago. The first reference dates to 1154 in Sicily and was attested to in English in 1874. Typically, now I know there's especially with the Italian heritage here, there's going to be all different kinds of recipes and whatever. But typically, pasta as we know it, says here, is made from an unleavened dough of durum wheat flour. The flour then, of course, mixed with water and or eggs and formed into sheets of various shapes. It can then be served fresh or dried to be stored for later use. Cooks originally made fresh pasta by hand. However, today, says here, many varieties of fresh pasta are actually made commercially. Well, of course they are. Large-scale machines bring choices to our grocers daily. Smaller pasta machines on the market have the freshest made pasta at home even easier. We used to sell those machines in the family store that my father and my uncle had in the hill section of New Haven. We would probably sell, not a lot of them, because you're talking back then is pretty expensive machine, not electric, all hand done, all hand operated. You've probably seen them, right? With the crank, there's a clamp, you put them on the table, and there's a big crank, and the crank, you can take off the crank, and then there was the adjustment for the thickness of the pasta, and then the rotors and the blades and what kind of pasta you wanted, and all that. But we would say, now you're talking, and it was expensive too. I mean, not the pasta per se, but the machine. We used to sell a hand crank manual pasta machine. I'm thinking, so we're talking mid to late 70s, early 80s. Yeah, it's a long time ago. I think we sold them for right around $40. High 30s, low $40 area. Dried and fresh pasta comes in several shapes and varieties. According to the Encyclopedia of Pasta by Oretta Zanini Davita, there are now this is, I guess, there's no reason to lie here, I would guess. There are recorded 310 specific kinds of pasta identified by over 1,300 names. 310. What do you want? Macaroni. All right, which number macaroni? In Italy, the names of specific pasta shapes vary with locales, all right? Now, for example, and I guess this is one that you and I, most of us, especially those of the tribe, can relate to here. For example, the proper name, right, cavadelli, according to experts, is now, I don't know whether this is true or not. I know one other name for cavatelli, and you know what that is? Gnocchi. Now, somebody may look at it and say, what's that, ganache? No, for God's sake, it's not ganache. So it's either, if you really want to impress somebody on that first date, you're sitting there going, yes, we'd like a bowl of cavatelli, please. But once you're married 40 years, honey, we have any gnocchi? There you go. No, you got to go out and buy some. So apparently this side here says there are 28 different names of cavatelli in Italy. How is that possible? Seriously, 28? I've known 2 in my brief time on this marble. The size and shape of pasta may determine the best sauce to pair it with. For example, serve linguine with lighter, thinner sauces to avoid breaking the noodles. Who cares if they're broken? You're going to eat them. Well, you don't want to break the noodles if there's no. A similarly shaped noodle, fettuccine, is less delicate. That's why it carries heavier sauces like Alfredo. Yes. What? You're probably going, Paul, what's your favorite pasta dish? There's 2 of them. Tortellini Alfredo. Oh, love me some tortellini Alfredo. quite possibly the unhealthiest pasta dish you can have. Tortellini Alfredo. And then I like, what are the the corkscrew pastas? The ones that look like, what's that snack in the bag? Eric, you know what I'm talking about. The snack in the bag. Yeah, rotini. Yeah, but what are they, essentially, it's the same shape as that bag snack you buy in the store. All right. Now, of course, when I would need it, I'll come up with it. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
It is a two-car crash with injuries in Orange, southbound on the Wilbur Cross Parkway, almost near where 34 meets, and that's got a backup through Orange, southbound on the Parkway, continuing with a slow ride in New Canaan. Stop and go Stamford on the Turnpike. Seymour, it is a very heavy ride this morning between Naugatuck and Seymour, southbound Route 8. Overturned tractor trailer down the embankment between 18 and 17. Right lane is closed. The backup continues. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A bright day on the way under a sunny sky with a high in the low 60s. Mainly clear this evening and overnight in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Getting through your work week is tough, but the weekend means one thing: football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC. Every Sunday at 11, the Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with the NFL and the Duchess Restaurant's doubleheader, because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks remain on the soft side this morning after yesterday's sell-off. European markets down more than 1.5%. Asia also weaker on worries about banks in the United States having too much exposure to private credit loans, some of which have already gone bad in the auto sector, and that shook Wall Street yesterday and continues to do that modestly so this morning. It's still a risk-off kind of day as stock index futures are a touch lower. We have the dollar a little weaker, oil and trading down. Gold continuing its flight to quality status, up another $38 to $43.43 the ounce. That is a new all-time high. Yields on the 10-year note backing up a bit to 3.99%. It's a day on which we would otherwise have had industrial production, factory use, and housing starts, but the government still shut down, so no economic data coming out today. Keep an eye on the regional banks and alternative asset managers. Those got hit hard yesterday by 3 to 7% and dragged the entire market down with them.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
On your smart speaker, phone, computer, and AM and FM on your radio. Everywhere you listen, you'll find the voice of Connecticut and Melissa in the morning. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Fritos Twists. That's what I knew they were essentially Fritos that were shaped like rotini there. There you go. So I'm a rotini / tortellini guy on National Pasta Day. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. But it's kind of, I don't want to say funny, but it's kind of unique because when you come right down to it, the shape shouldn't matter, but it does. Think about that. If you have a certain type of pasta dough, whether it's whole wheat pasta, which I guess is better for you, potato-based, flour-based, I don't know, is there any other food where it's judged differently by the shape? Like you could say beef, but no, there's different cuts of beef from a cow or pork from a pig where the meat is ostensibly different with the marbling and the fat content and the gristle and all that. But when you think about it, right? Pasta's pasta. Assuming the batch is all the same with the same, the same makeup here, however you make it. But it's a God bless National Pasta Day. But again, it's interesting that, you order something essentially based on the shape. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talked about this before. The Costa Diamantis trial that's going on at federal court in Bridgeport, but again, not televised, so unless you're really looking for this, it's kind of hard to find. But Diamantis, a former state deputy budget director, he was on the stand in federal court on Thursday. I don't know if there's court set for today or not. He's trying to fend off allegations that, he took bribes, demanded his cut for these school building and renovation jobs. Federal prosecutor says here in the Connecticut Mirror, good summary here, spent the first 6 days of the trial presenting evidence that Diamantis had received payments from 2 officials connected to school contracts. Diamantis and his defense attorney, Norm Pattis, tried to explain away certain emails, text messages, and other direct evidence that was presented in the case. And they tried to, and this is what guys like Norm Pattis get paid for, the late Hugh Keefe, Hubert Santos, is he still practicing in Hartford? I don't know. There are John Williams in New Haven. There are certain lawyers that you retain when you know it's going to be tough for you in court. They tried to reshape the narrative that prosecutors put forward that Diamantis was trading his influence. Norm Pattis telling the jury in an opening statement, quote, Mr. Diamantis will tell you he never took a bribe. And he'll tell you that he never used undue influence on school construction projects. He gave everything he had for the job that he loved, and he was trying to save taxpayers' money. So, again, Paul, how are they calling these things? Well, Diamantis said he collected a fee for introducing the leaders of one construction business to the executives of another. Diamantis said, well, contractors are always looking to expand their network. I made a connection, an introduction between John Duffy and D'Amato Construction. All right. Now, this is one of these things. And again, I'm in no way sitting here at 25 past 9 on a Friday morning doing a radio show trying to judge the innocence or guilt of Mr. Diamantis or anybody. But this is one of those things that you read and you sit there and you smile because, again, without judging who is guilty or who is innocent here or how vociferous the prosecution is, this is one of those stories that you read and a lot of people sit back, right? They say, like this doesn't happen all the time. I mean, come on. The construction business, the plumbing business, waste management. I mean, a lot of businesses are incestuous, and you don't think, and again, I'm not saying what he did was right, wrong, or the other way around, but come on, when you think about it, a lot of people are probably sitting back, and these are serious charges, and saying, well, yeah, maybe it's just this guy got caught. How about that? Traffic and weather together. No bribes here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
That is a pretty heavy ride southbound in Seymour from Naugatuck into Beacon Falls in through Seymour on Route 8 southbound. Tractor trailer overturned 3 o'clock this morning, went down an embankment, still there. They're working to get this thing up, but the right lane is closed and the backup continues on Route 8 South heading into Seymour. Southbound on the Wilbercross Parkway, have a 2-car crash in Orange near the rest area, and Connecticut Turnpike South slow in Stamford. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny sky through this afternoon with a high in the low 60s and a breeze out of the north. Mainly clear this evening and overnight with a low in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing. More people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
This year's Farmer's Almanac warns of a harsh, super snowy winter. So take control of the wet, snowy, and icy conditions with a new set of Bridgestone winter tires from Town Fair Tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services for life with your purchase of Bridgestone winter tires. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone winter tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Are you a local business owner? We have a backstage pass for you. This is your invitation to our marketing open house, 8 to 9:30 a.m. on October 28th. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and as a business owner, you have built a great business. You're proud of it, and you want it to grow. Come on October 28th and see how radio advertising can work for you. You hear the commercials on the Voice of Connecticut. Now let's get your business on the air. Our team is dedicated to helping local business with effective radio and digital advertising. So if you own a business, join us at the Connoisseur Media Open House on October 28th. It's free, but registration is required. To register, email your name and business to ctmarketing@conmedia.com, and we'll send you the details. October 28th is our marketing open house. Come see how our team will help your business grow. Email ctmarketing@conmedia.com. Time for you to be on the radio.
Ernie Johnson and Charles Barkley welcoming you back to Susan's Cubicle here in Accounts Payable. What an afternoon of nonstop bookkeeping action, Charles. Are you kidding me? She set herself a reminder to get out of that chair and move.
That's a smart use of a timeout.
She's somehow still reading her emails while getting her heart rate up and moving her muscles. Healthy habits that could lower your risk of cancer.
Uh-oh, it's Karen from the IT department.
This is a wrinkle no one saw coming. She means well, but she just derailed the yoga class down in accounts receivable.
There she goes with one of her usual distractions.
But Susan just tosses her a no-look wave.
That's a crazy move.
Let's watch that again. She's stretching, and there's the effortless side wave.
Susan's putting on a clinic.
Susan from Accounts Payable, dominating. Just get moving. It helps in the prevention of so many cancers.
Stand Up to Cancer and Optum want to help you reduce your risk for cancer. Visit takeahealthystand.org.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump says after his upcoming separate meetings with Ukraine's President Zelensky and Russia's President Putin, he's hoping to get them together.
We'll meet and talk to parties, but this is a
This is a terrible relationship the two of them have, and it's one of those things.
John Bolton, national security advisor in Trump's first term, is now under federal indictment charged with mishandling classified material. CBS's Bradley Blackburn.
The 26-page indictment charges Bolton with 18 criminal counts, alleging the transmission of national defense information and retention of national defense information.
The average price of a new car is at a record high.
Americans are paying more than $50,000 on average for a new car. The affordability issue goes beyond just the sticker price. Auto loan interest rates and insurance premiums have drivers struggling to make payments.
CBS Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Early voting begins on Monday, and today is the deadline to register online or by mail. The early voting period in Connecticut begins October 20th and runs through November 2nd, and those who wish to register in advance must do so by today. Registration is available online, and any forms sent by mail must be postmarked by today's date. If you're unable to do so, voter registration will still be available at early voting locations. WWE co-founder Vince McMahon has been granted accelerated rehabilitation for his reckless driving case. McMahon was charged after a July crash on the Merritt Parkway in Stamford that police say happened as he was excessively speeding in his Bentley. McMahon appeared in Stamford Superior Court yesterday, where his attorney says the wrestling maven has reached out to the victims in the case to apologize. There were no injuries in the crash, and neither driver involved objected to McMahon entering the diversion program. The 29-year-old mother of 12-year-old Jacqueline Torres Garcia is charged with the child's death. According to police, the girl was killed last fall in Farmington, and her body was kept in a plastic container until it was found last week in a storage bin at an abandoned house in New Britain. Carla Garcia is charged with her daughter's murder. Her boyfriend, Jonathan Nanita, and her sister, Jacqueline Garcia, also face charges. Police believe the child had suffered prolonged physical abuse and malnutrition. Video has been released of the ICE operation at a Hamden car wash where 8 people were detained. The video shows ICE agents arriving in unmarked vehicles and storming the Dixwell Ave car wash on Wednesday, taking male and female workers into custody. Hamden Mayor Lauren Garrett says the actions taken by the administration and ICE are deplorable and disgusting. At a press conference attended by Channel 3, Garrett says those taken into custody had children in town schools, and officials had to scramble to make sure they were cared for after the arrests.
One of my biggest concerns is that there was a mother and father who were taken. Their children are in school. We don't know which community. We don't know how to contact that school.
And the federal government shutdown could cost the UConn women's basketball team a trip overseas. The national champion Huskies are scheduled to travel to Germany for the Armed Forces Classic on November 4th against Louisville. The shutdown has led to an end of communication between the air base in Germany and event host ESPN, making it impossible to arrange the transportation of equipment for the game. If the shutdown is not over by Monday, the game will be moved to a Navy base in Washington, D.C. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Right, you are, John, brought to you this time around by the Stanford Center for the Arts. Don't miss the dynamic duo from the 80s, Air Supply, live this Saturday. The Palace Theater, Stanford. Get your tickets to Air Supply now before they're all out of love. Check out palacestanford.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
We're seeing delays southbound on the Wilbur Cross Parkway heading into Orange right around Route 34 exits and entrances. We're seeing a 2-car crash with injuries reported through that area, so it's slow. Route 8 southbound, very heavy. Naugatuck into Seymour. It's a tractor-trailer rolled over, went down the embankment in Seymour between 18 and 17. Very heavy delays from Naugatuck right into Seymour. 63 or 67 would be the alternate routes there. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A bright day on the way under a sunny sky with a high in the low 60s. Mainly clear this evening and overnight in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Bring your furry friends to Paws in the Park, a Halloween bash. Join Bridgeport Animal Control tomorrow from 12 to 4 at Post Office Square, 1160 Main Street in downtown Bridgeport. Enjoy a pet costume contest and parade, beer garden, pub cup bar, food, shopping, music, demonstrations, and more, all to support the Bridgeport Animal Shelter. It's Paws in the Park, and your leashed, vaccinated, well-behaved dogs are welcome. Learn more at colorfulbridgeport.com or BPT Animal Shelter on Facebook.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Are you ready for some football? Tune in every Sunday to the Voice of Connecticut for nonstop NFL action. Catch 2 thrilling games at 1 p.m. and 4 p.m., plus a 30-minute pregame show at 12:30. We'll bring you the insights, team updates, and the latest league news. It's all brought to you by Duchess Restaurants, where fresh food is served fast. Don't miss a moment of the action. The NFL on the Voice of Connecticut every Sunday. Kick off your game day right.
Save more on heating costs this winter with better value and better heating services from Hoffman Energy. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. With local 24/7 service in any weather, a monthly budget plan, and service plan options, Hoffman Energy has everything you need to stay warm, save, and enjoy a worry-free winter. Use propane? We've got you covered too. Ask about our special offers. Get your $125 free heating oil now. Visit hoffmanenergy.com or call 877-359-0623 today.
Before they hit up social media, your local leaders speak with Melissa in the morning first. Now on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
Hey there, good morning, 9:37. It's the Melissa in the Morning program. Paul Pacelli in for Melissa with a well-deserved day off. She is back on Monday. We'll get back to open phones momentarily. Let's talk, though, about some very serious issues here. We begin the last half hour, with our guest attorney, Meg Groff. She has dedicated 40 years of her life to fighting for justice for victims of domestic violence in rural and suburban Pennsylvania. The new book is called Not If I Can Help It. It recounts some of the most harrowing, infuriating, and inspiring stories from her work as a legal aid attorney. Meg, it's Paul here in Connecticut. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm fine. How are you?
Very good. What made you, Meg Groff, pursue this area of law? Because I see what you've done, and I don't know if I could do this, lawyer, let alone that, but the types of cases you must have encountered here.
Well, I went to law school to do this kind of law because of an experience that I had when I was, when I was going to college.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have a little.
It's okay.
Crick in my voice here. One night, in the middle of the night, we got a banging on the door, and it was a young woman who had been badly beaten, who was fleeing from her ex-partner who had beaten her and grabbed the nursing baby from her arms. And she had called the police, and they had done nothing for her, saying it was domestic. And it was just a traumatic experience for me when I tried to get help for her. I thought she misunderstood the police, but she didn't. And I called a lawyer who said, well, it's expensive. It's a custody case. He has the rights to just as much rights as she does. And I just thought, I want to do something about this if I can. So when I went to law school, that was my intent.
And I know in the book here, Meg, you introduce us and you introduce the readers to the different types of people that you've helped in these situations. Talk about a couple of those, because I read the summaries here, and I can only imagine what you encountered in these cases.
Well, I did have a few. I had a case in which one of the children was murdered by the father. That was, I think, the most traumatic one that I had for me and for all of us. It was it was victims of domestic violence dealing in custody and in protection from abuse cases. And just there were many horrific stories. And it was always a fight because it's often very difficult for judges to get judges to understand and believe what is happening. So I had hundreds of cases that were very memorable. I picked a few for this book.
Yeah, there's one here, Lacey, a penniless single mom whose multi-millionaire in-laws sued for custody of their 2 young sons. Wow. Tell us a little about that.
Lacey was married to a man whose parents had inherited millions of dollars, and they felt very superior to her. She was from a working class family. He was not only physically abusive to her, but he also sexually abused her daughter from a previous marriage, who was like just a young child, like 10. Finally, her daughter did confess that at school, and he was arrested, sent to jail. And then his parents filed for custody of the 2 young sons that Lacey and her husband had, saying that they were better suited to be the parents, to be the caretakers. And they assumed that she wouldn't be able to afford an attorney, which she wouldn't, and they filed actually they lived in New Jersey, she was in Pennsylvania, so they fully expected to win the case. They were very annoyed when they found out that she had a free lawyer, me, we won the case. Much to their chagrin. They had done nothing at all to help in any way except to try and take the children away from her.
What, Meg Groff, would you tell somebody who is thinking of, A, going to law school, and you did this a little bit later in life, and B, if they do this, they say, hey, and I actually have an attorney friend of mine who is in this area of law, and says, hey, Meg, I may want to be, a family court lawyer handling cases like this. What would you tell them?
I would tell them that it's very important and inspiring work. It's not as high paying, and especially, of course, if you work, in the poverty law. Obviously, that's really not high paying, but it's the most rewarding, I think, because you will really have an opportunity to change lives and to save lives. And so I found it always very inspiring, and just so rewarding. It's just, I had a secretary at one point, and she would fuss at me when I went into private practice, and I continued to represent victims of domestic violence and the poor, and she would fuss about the fact that most of my work was done pro bono. And she would say, you must like working for nothing. And it used to annoy me, but then I thought about it, and I thought I do like not having to charge people, but mostly it's like money isn't everything. It would only be true that you'd be working for nothing if money was everything, and everyone knows that that's not the case. So I would urge people to do it. It's a hard area, but it's I think the most rewarding.
The name of the book is Not If I Can Help It, A Family Lawyer's Battles for Justice for Victims of Domestic Violence and the Poor, attorney Meg Groff. Meg, thank you. Inspiring story. We appreciate it. Thanks so much. Have a happy day.
Thank you. Bye.
Appreciate it. Thanks. How about that, folks? Oh, these stories. And I have a very dear friend of mine who I met through political campaigns who does this sort of law. He's involved in family court law, and some of the stuff he tells me, it's like man, I would do real estate law. I mean, I would do contract law. It's tough. I mean, he's been threatened by family members. Not cool. Again, it's called Not If I Can Help It by Meg Groff. A family lawyer's battles for justice for victims of domestic violence and the poor. We'll talk about your bucket list. Oh, yeah, I've heard about the bucket list. We'll have you. We'll talk about that coming up right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Well, here comes the very latest on Route 8 southbound. All lanes closed in Seymour so they can pull up this tractor-trailer truck down the embankment. So until further notice, southbound Route 8 approaching Seymour is closed so they can get this earlier truck that went down the embankment up. So the backup continues from Naugatuck down 63 or 67. Those are the routes to avoid that, but they're pretty heavy too. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Sunny sky through this afternoon with a high in the low 60s and a breeze out of the north. Mainly clear this evening and overnight with a low in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff from Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, and I'd love for you to join me November 6th at UConn Stanford for the Reputation Made event. Discover how shifting news cycles, influencers, and the demand for authenticity are reshaping how brands and leaders earn attention today. You'll hear from inspiring business leaders like Stu Leonard Jr., meet one-on-one with state leaders, and connect with some of the brightest minds in our state. Get your tickets now at Connecticut-Made.com. Join us and be part of what gets made.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Are you getting what you need to stay independent at home? MyPlaceCT.org is Connecticut's hub for information to help older adults and people with disabilities learn about options for care and support. MyPlaceCT has resources for in-home care, home modifications, assistive technology, and more. Small supports really can add up to a big difference in life. See how at MyPlaceCT.org. That's MyPlaceCT.org.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
You're listening to WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from the Town Fair Tire Studios. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
Hey, it's Paula for Melissa. Let's wrap up the program talking about your bucket list. Now, again, we were always taught, hey, the bucket list, it's the stuff I want to do or got to do before we, kick the bucket. I don't know. I've never liked that terminology. Let's get a fresh outlook on that. Joining us right now is neuropsychiatrist Dr. Jeffrey DeSarbo. His new book, The Neuroscience of a Bucket List, Getting the Most from Your Brain and Your Life. Dr. DeSarbo, it's Paul here in Connecticut. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning, Paul. How are you?
I'm doing well. So tell us about your outlook here on the neuroscience of a of a bucket list? Where are we going here? Is this stuff that we should do because it's good for us mentally?
It's stuff that really changes our brain, especially if we kind of stick to the type of bucket list mentality that I talk about in my book. And you're right. It's not just about fancy travel, jumping out of airplanes, checking things off lists. It's really a brain science.
So, give us examples here, Dr. DeSorbo. When you say the neuroscience of a bucket list, what are the things that the average person maybe should be doing that are not doing to get the benefits here?
Well, the first thing they should be doing is start conceptualizing how they approach their life. And when you think about a bucket list, the moment you start setting meaningful and purposeful goals, your brain starts to release all these neurotransmitters, dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and we start to light up our brain pathways. And it all begins with just starting with one or two ideas and putting that into action, taking steps towards kind of taking control of life and doing the things they want to do with their life.
So getting just saying, okay, doctor, like I'm going to do this. Let me lay out a plan. So you're saying that just by doing that, it doesn't have to be grand things. There are measurable physiological things that happen to the brain.
Exactly. And, the thing about life today is people are living in states of anxiety and stress and fear. And they're not taking this intrinsic action within themselves to take control of their lives, the things they do have control over. So just doing small, micro bucket list items, trying new restaurants, taking a different path on your way home, even that starts to rewire the brain and keeps it fresh over time.
You just said something that when you mentioned it, the other day. Now, doctor, I've lived in the town here in Connecticut I live in for actually going back to the late 80s, early 90s. But, I was thinking one day how many streets I never drove down and how many restaurants in that town, like, I've never even thought of going to. And I guess this is the kind of thing you're talking about, right? Because occasionally I'll take let me go down this street, and immediately I'm looking around at things I've never seen and say to myself, wow, that's unique. I've never seen that. Is that when my brain starts to kick in a little better?
Exactly. And just, sometimes you might take a different street home. You might recognize and notice something different. The thing is, when you start thinking of this mentality, of seeing and doing new things, and the word I always use is novelty, something that's new, your brain really starts to release more dopamine. It starts to get excited, provided you say, this is, I heard this. I heard somebody talk about this. So I do need to keep doing new things in life. And it activates your reward circuits as much as big trips can. So, doing little things, like travel can be to the other side of town.
Yeah, The Neuroscience of a Bucket List, the name of the book, Getting the Most from Your Brain and Life, neuropsychiatrist Dr. Jeffrey DeSorbo. Is this, doctor, more pronounced? Is the effect of this different at different stages of people's age? Is there any measurable ability on that or not?
Oh, absolutely. When a child is born, its brain is in rapid development. And I'm even working on a book for bucket lists for children and getting them to think always, let's do new things, let's explore different things. And that brain, which we've all had, was developing and establishing all these new neural connections. And then we go on in life, and there's certain things that happen. Like once we hit 40, some of our most important neurochemicals, like dopamine and serotonin, start decreasing by 5-10% a decade.
Wow.
A bucket list is a way to keep that production kind of activated, so it kind of prolongs life. I actually, when I talk to people who are older in life or even in retirement, it has this anti-aging effect more than even exercise and food can have.
So is that why on the opposite end, Dr. DeSorbo, that we see these child prodigies who, piano playing, guitar playing, drums, and they can barely sit on the stool? But is that what you're talking about, the young kids whose brains are like these hard disks with no info on them, that they can excel at this at a young age?
Yeah, but there's genetics play a role, and I discuss that in the book as well. You can have great exposure to new ideas and learning experiences, and not necessarily become a prodigy, but you will certainly become more proficient than most people when you start young. But that doesn't stop just in our youth; it does continue throughout early adulthood and later adulthood.
All right. Now, once again, first of all, let's give you the book by Dr. Jeffrey DeSarbo. The book is called The Neuroscience of a Bucket List, Getting the Most from Your Brain and Life. The website also, check this out, bucketlistdoctor.com, bucketlistdoctor.com. And I guess, Doctor, the message here this morning is just try new stuff. Don't stop trying new stuff, right?
Don't stop, and especially in today's day and age, keep learning, keep trying new things.
Dr. Jeffrey DeSarbo. Doctor, thank you. We appreciate it. Have a happy weekend. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Paul.
Appreciate it. Dr. Jeffrey DeSarbo, author of the new book, The Neuroscience of a Bucket List, Getting the Most from Your Brain and Life. Check it out, bucketlistdoctor.com. And it's so funny he mentioned that. Not funny, but just happenstance. I think about, and I was thinking about this the other day. I was driving around town in Wallingford. A lot of you folks know I live in Wallingford. I've been there since 1988. So that's what, 12 and 20, 37 years. And I got to thinking how regimented we become. We have 2 or 3 restaurants we go to. That's it. We have maybe 2 different ways of driving home. That's it. And your brain, as Dr. DeSarbo said there, is not even stimulated to the least bit because you drive home almost on autopilot. Never mind Tesla's autopilot. You're driving home and it's one of those, oh, geez, I guess I'm home. How did I? Your head is so off in the clouds. You're not going to experience anything new. And I really came to that kind of, not an epiphany the other day, but I said, man, geez, take a different route. My God, are you that bored? Holy key rap. All right. So check it out, the website, bucketlistdoctor.com. Dr. Jeffrey DeSarbo, The Neuroscience of a Bucket List, getting the most from your brain and life. All righty. Well, how about that? I didn't pile the car or the airplane into the ground. The ship is still floating. We're all good. Keep it right here all day. We have Lisa Wexler coming up at 10, the download at noon, and you'll hear a bit of the best of me and also Eric Erickson in for Connecticut Today at 2. I'm back on Monday. Eric, the producer, thank you so much. Norm on traffic, Paul Piork on the weather, and John Kamal on the news. This is WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and of course online stream, voiceofct.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance. I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, surrendered last hour at federal court in Maryland. Correspondent Scott McFarland.
The one-time Trump national security advisor is now a federal criminal defendant. He appeared at the Maryland courthouse this morning and faces the possibility of prison time in this case. CBS News has learned it was a career national security prosecutor who made the case to the grand jury in Maryland yesterday. He was a Trump political appointee and one-time White House aide who presented those cases against James Comey and Letitia James.
Yesterday, President Trump held a lengthy phone call with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Today, he hosts Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky at the White House. CBS's Nancy Cordes is there.
Today, in the Oval Office, Zelensky will likely ask again for long-range Tomahawk missiles capable of striking deep into Russia. Trump has said repeatedly that he's thinking about it.
If this war's not going to get settled, I'm going to send them Tomahawk.
The president says he and Putin plan to hold an in-person meeting in Hungary. As tensions rise between the U.S. and Venezuela, CBS News has learned the U.S. has destroyed another boat in the Caribbean. CBS's Errol Barnett.
This marks the sixth known boat attack in the area since last month, and the first known instance with survivors. The White House hasn't publicly acknowledged this latest attack. The number of passengers and survivors from yesterday's strike is unclear.
The president says the first 5 targeted drug traffickers. A soccer game turned scary at Wagoner High in Louisville, Kentucky last night when a section of railing in the stands collapsed just as the Rocks were celebrating a final penalty kick that lifted them to a 4-2 win. WLKY caught it all on camera.
You can see students leaning over the railing in the student section before it completely gives way when the players get there, with students falling to the ground on top of the players.
The school says several players and fans were injured. All of them are expected to be okay. A founding member of KISS has died. CBS's Vladimir Duthier looks back.
Paul Ace Frehley is considered one of rock's guitar gods with his signature smoking 6-string. Frehley formed KISS in 1973 with Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, and Peter Criss. He wrote the song Shock Me after he was nearly electrocuted on stage by his guitar.
Frehley died weeks after he fell at his home in New Jersey. He was 74. The Dow is up 156 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-230-2777. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-230-2777. That's 800-230-2777. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A sunny sky this afternoon with a high in the low 60s. Mainly clear this evening and overnight in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
WICC 695.9, voice of Connecticut local news update.
This update is brought to you by Stanford Center for the Arts. Don't miss the dynamic duo from the 80s. Air Supply, live this Saturday at the Palace Theater, Stanford. Get your tickets to Air Supply now before they're all out of love. palacestanford.org. Early voting begins on Monday, and today is the deadline to register online or by mail. The early voting period in Connecticut begins October 20th and runs through November 2nd, and those who wish to register in advance must do so by today. Registration is available online, and any forms sent by mail must be postmarked by today's date. If you're unable to do so, voter registration will still be available at early voting locations. A surprising but gratifying decision was made by the Connecticut Siting Council yesterday as they voted down United Illuminating's proposal to install 200-foot electric monopoles along the Metro North line through Southport, Fairfield, and Bridgeport. The proposal had been met with vehement resistance from residents and elected officials and was even denounced by the governor, who previously urged the Siting Council to postpone a vote while negotiations with the utility company continued. Following yesterday's vote, State Senator Tony Wong said that this will be an opportunity for the community to have more input on how the project continues going forward.
This is not about stopping progress. This is about doing it right and getting an opportunity for transparency, accountability, fact gathering, and verification. Really about due process.
Costa Diamantis testified at his corruption trial yesterday that he never collected bribes while working as deputy state budget director. The former head of Governor Lamont's school construction grant office is accused of soliciting bribes from contractors in exchange for lucrative school jobs. Diamantis says he collected fees from some contractors, but they were not bribes. Diamantis still faces cross-examination by prosecutors and could receive decades in prison if convicted on all charges. WWE co-founder Vince McMahon has been granted accelerated rehabilitation for his reckless driving case. McMahon was charged after a July crash on the Merritt Parkway in Stamford that police say happened as he was excessively speeding in his Bentley. McMahon appeared in Stamford Superior Court yesterday, where his attorney says the wrestling maven has reached out to the victims in the case to apologize. There were no injuries in the crash, and neither driver involved objected to McMahon entering the diversion program. The 29-year-old mother of 12-year-old Jacqueline Torres Garcia is charged with the child's death. According to police, the girl was killed last fall in Farmington, and her body was kept in a plastic container until it was found last week in a storage bin at an abandoned house in New Britain. Carla Garcia is charged with her daughter's murder. Her boyfriend, Jonathan Nanita, and her sister, Jacqueline Garcia, also face charges. Police believe the child had suffered prolonged physical abuse and malnutrition. Video has been released of the ICE operation at a Hamden car wash where 8 people were detained. The video shows ICE agents arriving in unmarked vehicles and storming the Dixwell Ave car wash on Wednesday, taking male and female